Hello? What can that do for me?
It's been a lot of help. I'm calling.
I think they don't talk to you.
you eat breakfast down
Hmm?
there? Did you eat breakfast down
Yes.
I don't hear anybody else talking. They have to let you in. If they don't know you're standing in the hallway, they'll never let you in.
Hello, this is Rat Nelson. Waiting for something.
Eric, I just think she's not gonna like, it's very interesting when she is good and isn't good. Years. So, we'll see. It's Corinne.
Good morning. For any stakeholders online, we're working to get a technical issue here at the meeting fixed before we get into the start the meeting and start the presentation. So please be patient. Thank you. Good morning. This is the December 12th and 13th meeting of the Oregon Water Resources Commission. So I will open the meeting. My name is Eric Quimps. I'm the commission chair currently. Thanks to those online for your patience this morning. We had some technical difficulties we needed to get fixed so that we can see who's joining us and so we can see the presentations from staff. I would still like to, however, go around and do a quick introduction of people in this room. Can I start with Commissioner Mall, please?
Joe Mall, I represent the west central portion of the state.
Woody Wolf, East Region Commissioner.
Jan Lee, Northwest Region.
Jan Newman, first meeting, West Side at Large.
Kathy Kahara from Bend, East Side at Large.
Julie Smitherman from Medford and Southwest Region representative.
Ivan Gall, Director for the Water Resources Department.
Let's go on the. Mindy? Okay, I think we'll get to our first agenda item A, water project grants and loans and irrigation modernization funding recommendations. We'll have a presentation from Kim.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Quimps, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Kim Fritz Ogren. I'm coming today in a new role, but doing my last hurrah. I'm now the Field Services Division Administrator, but we're going to be presenting on funding recommendations with my partner in crime here, Adair. So this effort is in support of recommended action 13E of the Oregon Integrated Water Resources Strategy to invest and implement water resources projects. Within OWRD, this work is done in the planning, collaboration, and investment section, which uses a number of tools to build partnerships and incentivize Oregonians to address water solutions. Within the Water Resources Department, we have roughly 7 funding opportunities that are active right now. A number of them are organized in a way to build a trajectory of support to help folks identify what actions will identify and understand the problems and opportunities related to water in their area and identify the actions they want to take. Then investigate the feasibility of pursuing different solutions. And then we're here to talk today about water project grants and loans, which helps fund implementation of those solutions. And then today we are also bringing funding recommendations for irrigation modernization funding. For background, water project grants and loans was first established in statute in 2013, and its purpose is to provide funding for water supply projects that meet in-stream or out-of-stream water needs and achieve public benefits in 3 categories: environmental, social, cultural, and economic. Irrigation modernization funding is a one-time pot of funds invested by the Oregon legislature last session, and its purpose is to also provide funding for water supply projects, but specifically for those that improve water use efficiency of irrigation systems on currently irrigated agricultural lands that also produce these 3 public benefits. So as I noted, this is a one-time pot of funds of $50 million of lottery revenue bond proceeds. To put that in context, in the 2023 legislative session, there was about 500 million of lottery revenue bonds. So that's 10% of the state's bonding capacity going to this, sort of indicating that strong support and interest in this work. And the intent of those funds is to provide state match needed to access significant federal funds that are available due to a number of initiatives. The department is using the existing structure of water project grants and loans with some tweaks for efficiency to get the dollars out the door quickly and to achieve the intent of the funding. So some key differences between the two pots of funding. So they are both evaluated based on the public benefits, and I'll talk about that in detail here in a moment. But a key difference is related to the cost match requirements. So to get in the door, be eligible for water project grants and loans, the cost match requirement simply is that you need to provide 25% of the grant amount, and that can be in kind or cash. For irrigation modernization, however, per statute, you must have specific federal match in order to be eligible. And it's associated with 3 programs with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, Bureau of Reclamation, and Environmental Protection Agency. And then also per statute, there is some difference in terms of priority, where the irrigation modernization funding, a priority is to be given to projects that protect a portion of the conserved water in stream commensurate with the allocation of conserved water program. A little bit on the funding cycles and funding availability. In years past, we offered water project grants and loans once a year. That changed starting this biennium, where we offer 2 funding cycles a year for both opportunities, and we run them concurrently for efficiency, workload purposes. We use the same TRT members, which I'll talk about here shortly. In terms of funding availability, we came before the commission in June of this year for the first funding cycle of the biennium. And the commission awarded, I'm not gonna remember the exact amount of dollars, but a portion of dollars from both programs. And so what's currently available in our account for water project grants and loans is a little bit under $4 million. And we've actually you've already obligated all 25 million of the bonds that have been sold this year, and dipped into a little bit of the March 2025 bond sale. So we are expecting that an additional $5 million of lottery bond proceeds will be sold in March of 2025, and then make it so a total dollar amount available in water project grants and loans is a little under 9 million. And then $25 million will be sold for irrigation modernization. A portion of that has already been provisionally awarded back in June to those irrigation modernization projects, meaning there's about $20.5 million available for award moving forward. And just a thing of note, those funds must be spent within 3 years of the bond sale. The federal dollars have different varying timelines as to when they need to be spent by. And a review or an overview of the review process for these 2 pots of funds. When an application comes in the door, OWRD grant staff do an initial review for eligibility and completeness. Those projects that are found to be, or the applications that are found to be eligible and complete, are posted online and sent out to affected tribes for a 60-day public comment period, as well as an opportunity for government to government consultation and some feedback from tribes. After that comment and review period, the multi-agency technical review team evaluates the applications. They meet, and we'll talk about what they do in that meeting here in a moment. They come up with a funding recommendation, which is then posted for a second public comment period on the funding recommendations. And then we come to you all with those recommendations, those comments received, and you get to make the final decision on funding awards. So that's a sort of overview intro on the program. We'll dive into more detail on the second funding cycle. So applications were due July 10th of this year. We received 7 projects for water project grants and loans requesting just over $9 million, as noted here. If we include that future bond sale, we have just under $9 million available. So it's not currently in the account, but we're expecting it to come. A little bit of nuance there. On the flip side, for irrigation modernization in this funding cycle, we received one application requesting about $900,000. And we anticipate come March, April, there will be another $20.5 million in the account ready to go out. So those were the received, complete, and eligible projects. We posted those online for a comment period from July 25th to September 23rd, and then reached out to tribes for their feedback. We received no tribal comments and received 2 public comments in support of 2 projects, the Twickenham Irrigation Efficiency Project and the Winston Reservoir Replacement Project. And those comments were considered by the technical review team in their evaluation of the applications. Who is the TRT, or the technical review team? It is a group of 6 agencies, including the Water Resources Department, Business Oregon, Oregon Health Authority, Oregon Department of Agriculture, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. We did a deep dive into the work that they do back in September, but they have representatives from those agencies that do a deep dive into the applications and consult with other experts in their agency in order to evaluate and score the application's public benefits. When they are scoring those public benefits, they are considering both the positive and the negative impacts per rule. And they're looking to see what is the likelihood of achieving the claimed benefits. So that's considering the evidence presented in the application, as well as their technical understanding of, we know certain projects often lead to certain standard outcomes. They're looking to see how the conditions on the ground described would change as a result of the project being implemented, and are really looking for that supporting evidence or documentation to ensure that these infusion of public dollars will result in public benefits on the ground. Some detail into how the applications are scored. So per statute, there are 6 public benefits per category. The scoring scale is from, I think, -3 to 12, with 12 being exceptional benefits, sort of those rare projects that are truly exceptional. So that means there's a total of 72 points available in each category. And then there are a couple of pockets of preference points, one for legally protecting water and stream, and one for collaboration. And so that means there are 240 points available for water project grants and loans. It's a little bit different for irrigation modernization due to that preference, that key difference that I noted earlier. So similarly, 6 questions per public benefit category, 72 points available per category with those 24 preference points, plus an additional 10 preference points for that piece of if folks use the allocation of water program or legally protect and stream an equivalent amount. Per statute and rule, the department is to set a minimum score in each category for projects to be funded. We have set that score at 7 because of how the scoring is set up. If you got 1 point, is sort of minor benefit. And so you could get 1 point in each of the categories. 7 is just, it indicates that it's sort of more than minor benefit in that category. And it's important to note to be recommended for funding, application needs to achieve that minimum score in each of the 3 public benefit categories. So the TRT does a lot of homework and research. They meet, they have conversations. I'll note this funding cycle, for the first time, we had that be a public meeting where folks could observe and see the conversation that happens amongst these technical experts in evaluating the applications. So they did that work and ranked the projects by public benefit. And then generated their funding recommendation based on that public benefit score and overlaying the available dollars. And so At this point, Adair is going to talk in more detail about that funding recommendation, where the TRT recommends funding water project grants and loans applications ranked 1 through 4, and also recommends funding the one irrigation modernization project.
Great, thank you, Kim. Good morning, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Adair Muth. And as Kim mentioned, the TRT is recommending funding projects 1 through 4. Is that better? Okay, I'm not a little soft-spoken. So projects 2, 3, and 4 are provisionally recommended for funding. That would be contingent on the spring 2025 lottery revenue bond sale. This funding recommendation takes into account the public benefits provided by these applications. It respects the planning efforts of the applicants and mitigates impacts of project delays in a proactive manner. If approved by the commission, the department would immediately enter into a grant agreement with the top ranked project, and grant agreements for projects 2 through 4 would be drafted and prepared for execution after the bond sale. The 3 projects on the slide are not recommended for funding at this time. I'll note that projects 6 and 8 did not meet the minimum scores required in all 3 public benefit categories. And project number 7 is not recommended at this time due to insufficient funds. We don't have enough funding for all of the projects. This is a map of the water project grants and loans applications received this year. The red dot are the applications that are not recommended for funding, and the blue dots are those that are recommended. And the base layer of this map shows how many projects have previously been funded by water project grants and loans. Moving on to the irrigation modernization funding. Again, we had 1 project proposed, and this project is recommended by the TRT. This is, again, a provisionally recommended project contingent on that spring 2025 bond sale. After the TRT met and had their funding recommendations, we did post the evaluation summaries and opened a public comment period on those funding recommendations. That occurred from October 25th to November 15th. We also reached out to the tribes again and invited comment or government to government comments on those funding recommendations. We didn't receive any tribal comments or public comments on those recommendations. So now I'm going to go through briefly each project that is recommended for funding. And again, the purpose of this program is to fund those projects that achieve the triple bottom line. That is those projects that have public benefits in all 3 categories on the screen. So the top ranked project today is the Catherine Creek Elmer Dam Fish Passage and Flow Improvement Project. This is proposed by the Union Soil and Water Conservation District in Union County. And they are proposing to improve the fishway and Elmer Dam on Catherine Creek and make on-farm improvements to off-channel reservoirs and intakes. And this would result in unimpeded fish passage and more natural hydrologic scenarios. The total score is on the bottom of the screen, and then also the score breakdown of each public benefit category. The other score that you see is those preference points that Kim talked about. The second ranked project is the Bend Headworks Fish Screen Replacement Project. This is proposed by the North Unit Irrigation District in Deschutes County. And this project would remove the existing screens and other related components at the district's main canal intake on the main stem of the Deschutes River. And it would replace those screens with those that are compliant with state and federal standards. The new fish screens would provide debris-free water to irrigators without harming aquatic life. The next project is the Winston Reservoir Replacement Project proposed by the Winston-Dillard Water District. This is in Douglas County. And this project would replace 2 existing water storage reservoirs that are leaking with 1 reservoir that would hold significantly more, 2 million gallons. The project is also proposing to legally protect water in stream through an above-ground storage release of up to 75 acre-feet of water to augment flows in the South Umpqua River. The final water project grant and loan application that's recommended for funding is the Sweet Cron Irrigation Modernization Project. This is proposed by the Illinois Valley Soil and Water Conservation District and Trout Unlimited. This is in Josephine County. And this project is to convert from flood and drip irrigation to center pivot irrigation on the Sweet Cron farm. And the goal is to restore and maintain in-stream flow and to provide an efficient water supply for irrigation. This project is also proposing to legally protect 100% of the conserved water in stream, approximately 0.14 CFS, through the department's allocation of conserved water program. Moving on to the irrigation modernization project that is recommended for funding. This is proposed by the Klamath Irrigation District in Klamath County. This is their A3 urban canal piping project. And they are proposing to install piping materials along 3 miles of the A3 urban canal, install irrigation flow measurement devices and automation to integrate with their SCADA system. And the project anticipates conserving 1,000 acre-feet of water annually. As Kim noted, the commission shall make the final decision per statute and rule based on equal importance of each public benefit category, awards that are based on the greatest public benefit, those that best achieve target outcomes, and based on changes resulting from the project. So the alternatives that the commission may consider today is number 1, adopt the funding recommendation contained in tables 2, 3, and 4 of the staff report to immediately fund 1 water project grant and loan application, provisionally fund 3 water project grant and loan applications for a total water project grant award of $8,132,255. And provisionally fund 1 irrigation modernization funding application for a total irrigation modernization funding award of $907,290. Or number 2, adopt a modified funding recommendation. Or 3, direct the department to further evaluate the applications and return with a revised recommendation. The director recommends alternative 1. And with that, thank you so much for your time, and Kim and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll see if there's questions or comments from the commissioners, and then we do have some requests for comment on these award decisions before we get to the decision. So commissioners, any questions or comments? Vice Chair Smitherman.
Thank you, Chair Quims. Thank you for that presentation. Appreciate all the detail. Just curious, there was only 1 applicant for the irrigation modernization. Do you have any insight into why there was only 1? Or are we expecting more to come in March and June this year? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Smitherman, thank you for the question. I think it's more are coming. I think it's related to when they are getting their federal dollars and where they are at in the process. So we have opened another funding cycle and applications are due in January. And I've heard a lot of interest so far. So I think we'll be getting a lot more than 1 this next round.
And if I may add to that, we also want to recognize that the July timeline is in the middle of irrigation season, right? So those folks are busy. And so I think that might have also, right, and as Adair noted, the timing, and they knew another cycle was coming. So I think we'll see a lot more interest.
And are we fairly confident that we will have the bond sale and we will have the funds?
Chair Quims, Commissioner Smitherman, I will note that in like the recent history, there's only been one time a bond sale was canceled, and that was in 2021 as a result of the pandemic. It was truly extraordinary circumstances that happened, but we knowing that the percentage isn't, or the risk isn't zero, that's why we recommend that provisional award as opposed to a direct award.
Direct award. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee, and then Commissioner Newman.
Yes, thank you. At the last commission meeting, we heard that some of the projects were not able to move forward because their conservation plans had not been approved in the department after some time. And I wonder if that backlog is getting cleaned up, or if you know that someone wants to apply for the funding, since it's only available for this limited time, do you have some way to fast track those applications?
Yeah, Chair Quince, Commissioner Lee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to that and actually correct the record. So there were no outstanding agricultural WMCP or other applications in the door. That is a KPM. Reviewing those within 180 days, getting them out is a KPM, to my understanding, that we meet 100% of the time, which I want to give kudos to those staff because that's a hard thing to do. I think the issue is a little bit more complicated when it comes to the water and management conservation plans. It's not an issue of a backlog and timing and releasing those. There is a requirement for these two programs that an applicant, if they're required to have a WMCP, that they have an approved plan on file at the point of application. And so if you are, and there's a process, right? It does take some time to get a WMCP approved because there's required public notice. And so folks who they hear about the funding opportunity, right, maybe a couple of months ahead of time, if their WMCP isn't up to date, there isn't sufficient time for them to put in an application in order to get it through that process. So it's there is no backlog. I want to make that note, but there is a known challenge associated with the program where we've been working to try to advise folks to get those the WMCP plans in well before they come and seek funds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Newman, then Commissioner Wolf next.
Thank you for that presentation and for the good staff material in the packet. I found it very helpful. I was curious as to why there are several projects that have clear conservation benefits and yet not any legal protection for those flows, even though the flow increase is identified as a benefit. And I realize that that's not a requirement, at least not for the state grants, but can you comment on that at all?
Chair Quince, Commissioner Newman, welcome to thank you for the question. I want to make sure that I understand it. So you're asking, you're saying, and that's correct to know that there are some applications that claim a flow restoration or a conservation benefit, but do not legally protect the water and stream, and you are wondering why they are choosing not to do that? Or
correct. Or if you know.
Yeah, I do not think that we know. We encourage folks to do so. You get more points. You're going to be prioritized in the funding. I do think it's a case-by-case basis, and I do know that there are some applicants who were hoping to join and be available to answer questions, and they might be able to speak to that in more detail. I don't know if they've been able to stick around since we're running a little late. I don't think we know specific to any particular projects why they didn't choose to legally protect it.
Sure.
Go ahead. Okay. The tribal participation is unfortunate. And I'm just curious, and this is probably a bigger discussion beyond this program, but I'm curious as to whether there are ways to have sort of connected staff between water resources and tribes in the specific areas that are involved in these projects to make a direct contact. I think the government to government send out for comments is going to get lost in the process because of tribal workloads and so forth. Anyway, something to consider for the future, I think. And then two last things. I was struck by in the Twickenham, I realize you're not recommending funding for that one, but that they didn't mention the Lower John Day place-based planning project. And that seems like it would be important. And I don't know if there's a way that the application form can sort of trigger, a question about whether there is a place-based plan and how this relates to it, but that seems like it could be a good link up. And then finally, the food element gets higher points or gets points. And I'm wondering how you define that. I mean, it looked like in some situations it might be, human food communities, and in other situations it looks like it might be livestock food. Is there a distinction, or is it kind of a big basket?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Newman. I appreciate the note and would love to follow up on opportunities to improve tribal engagement. I'll note there is a question related to collaboration, and it calls out, like, is there a local place-based planning effort? It doesn't name anyone specifically, so that might be something to explore. And then I think it could be helpful, Adair, for you to tackle that third piece, which I'm now blanking on. Can you repeat your third and final?
I'm just wondering how you define the
Local
food element.
system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to take that? Or you want me to? I can take it. Yeah. There is a cultural benefit where it improves local food systems. And that is, it is both specific in that folks want to make sure that it's local food systems, but we try to keep it general because there are different agricultural products that the state produces that contribute to the food system. So it would include both that livestock and then other like irrigated crops. So it's that balance of being flexible. But also, I think that often the piece that the TRT hones in on is it a local food system.
Thank you.
So to Commissioner Newman's point, I do want to bring up, I brought up in the past that another local food are salmon and other fish, for example, and I don't think we explicitly recognize those. And those are important for communities as well, and we need to do that in the future. And to Commissioner Newman's questions, we do have a couple of speakers online, Jessica and John, that might address the question about the legally protected in-stream flows. And then we'll go to Commissioner Wolf.
Oh, that's in transitioning. I do want to note, Commissioner or Chair Quimps, that in the TRT, they did talk about, I think they were listening to our TRT members often listen in, and they did hear that feedback, and there was discussion about the importance of salmon also as a local food.
Okay, thank you. So are Jessica and John online to respond to the question, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, this is Jessica Humphreys. I'm the Oregon Flow Restoration Director for Trout Unlimited. And I just want to confirm you were referring to the question about legally protecting water and stream as a result of these projects. Is that correct?
Yes.
So for our proposed project and in all our projects that we propose from Trout Unlimited, we do protect through the allocation of conserved water process, usually 100%, sometimes slightly below that depending on the project, but our Sweet Cron project that is before you today does protect or propose protecting 100% of the conserved water in stream through that allocation of conserved water process. And that is the standard for all of our projects that we develop.
Is that good? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wolf.
Thank you. I was just looking at the Sweet Cron irrigation modernization project, and it kind of jumped out at me. And I tried to read through it real quick again so we're pivotizing 33.5 acres. I'm just wondering if in the TRT's review, if there's anything that puts weight within the score on the cost, what we're spending for what we're receiving. Because that, I mean, if you run the total cost, not what we would be funding, but the total cost of the project, that's $20,000 an acre. That's a lot of money. And then when you look at the fact that there was another project that would have been recommended for funding had we had the funds available, then in my mind, I'm just wondering what within the process puts any weight on the value of what we're attempting to attain by spending this money.
Members of the commission, thank you for the question. At this time, our scoring criteria doesn't specifically address the cost benefit of how much does this project cost versus how much public benefit are we getting. The technical review team doesn't look at the dollar amount requested. That is something that we have been considering internally if we should add to this process. We've done some analysis of what that looks like in the dollars per public benefit. We don't have a proposal at this time to bring forward of changes that we could make, but we would be interested in your feedback if that's something that we should look into further and come to the proposal.
So great points. Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? No. And we have 4 people that wanted to comment. We have 3 online, and I'll begin with them. We have Jessica Humphreys from Trout Unlimited, if she still wants to comment, John Belleville, and then Rhett Nelson. And then in the room here, we have April Snell from the Oregon Water Resources Congress. So Jessica, did you still want to offer any comment on this item?
Yes, I would if that's appropriate for the time we have.
Sure. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chair Quims and members of the commission. And thank you, Kim and Adair, for your presentation on all the projects. Like I said before, my name is Jessica Humphreys. I'm the Oregon Flow Restoration Director for Trout Unlimited. And we wanted to take this opportunity just to highlight the benefits of the Sweet Cron Irrigation Modernization Project that's up for review today. And I'll be providing comment on behalf of myself as well as Julie Seymour, who is the on-the-ground project manager in the Rogue Basin for Trout Unlimited, but she was not able to attend today. And I really quick wanted to say I appreciate Commissioner Wolf's comment on the cost versus public benefit. And that's one of the reasons we wanted to provide comment is we do recognize there's a high cost to this project relative to the total quantity of in-stream flow, for example. But we do feel that this is a very critical project in this community. So yes, we just appreciate the opportunity to make a comment today. The proposed project would convert from flood and drip irrigation to center pivot on 33.4 acres and then dedicate 100% of the conserved water in stream through the allocation of conserved water program. The funding requested will be used to modernize the irrigation system for Sweet Cron Farm, which is an iconic local farm and farm stand on Highway 199 in Kirby. It's a highly visible gateway project that we expect will build local community support for future water projects as part of Trout Unlimited's ongoing effort to restore stream flow in the Illinois Valley. This project would install the first pivot in the Illinois Valley, and the Illinois River is a focus area for flow restoration. It will be used as a stepping stone to develop further flow restoration and irrigation efficiency partnerships in the community, as well as with the Illinois Valley SWCD. The project addresses 2 critical water supply needs. First, It focuses on restoring and maintaining in-stream flow to benefit native fish populations. The Illinois River does experience dewatering due to irrigation withdrawals, resulting in reduced habitat quality and quantity for ESA listed threatened species like the SONCC coho salmon, fall chinook salmon, steelhead trout, Pacific lamprey, and cutthroat trout. The Illinois River was identified as having a high ecological need and high opportunity for flow restoration by multiple planning activities, including by joint efforts from ODF&W and OWRD. Improved stream flows are among the high priority recovery actions listed in the coho salmon recovery plan from 2014. And second, the project also aims to provide an efficient water supply for irrigation. Flood and drip irrigation systems deliver uneven water distribution, impacting crop production. And by upgrading to a pivot irrigation system, the project can achieve an increase in irrigation efficiency and reduce long-term maintenance costs for the producer. An upgraded system will also increase production and allow production of higher value crops while reducing labor costs and water use. The conserved water being ultimately protected in stream for the conserved water project or via the conserved water program. Additionally, Kirby, population 628, it's a town located in southwestern Oregon near Cave Junction in the Illinois Valley in Josephine County. The Illinois Valley is an ecologically significant area of the state that experiences acute sociological marginalization. Kirby ranks as one of the 20 poorest zip codes in the state, according to IRS data. And we feel a project like this, which may not offer as much benefit in a larger, more metropolitan area, can deliver pronounced beneficial economic impacts to Kirby through project construction and the long-term agricultural production. This project will help retain local jobs and ensure longevity for the Sweet Cron Farm by providing water security for a small farm and local business that provides local employment at the roadside farm stand, for farmers markets, and fall pumpkin harvest festival. Production is currently limited by the cost and time required for irrigation, and the upgraded system will allow the business to expand. Food sales occur directly from the farm, which is especially important given this area's qualification as a food desert. This project benefits the local agricultural community while supporting high priority recovery actions for native fish species, including endangered coho salmon. And I will leave it there. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment. And I believe our partner on the project, John Belville from the SWCD, is also on to provide comment as well. And we really appreciate the partnership with the local SWCD for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica, and good afternoon, members of the commission. I would like to follow up on Jessica's expert input on this valuable project. I'm John Belville, District Manager at the Illinois Valley SWCD, speaking in support of the Sweet Cron Irrigation Modernization Project benefits. The Cron Farm is a small farm in Kirby, a historical mining town in deep southwestern Oregon. Owned and operated by Red and Linda Nelson, this is a multi-generational farm that produces sweet corn, pumpkins, garlic, peppers, gladioli, and other specialty crops. They represent one of, if not the only, long-established produce stands between Grants Pass and the redwoods visible along Highway 199, the northern portion of the Redwood Highway. They are also one of the few producers in a once thriving agricultural region that has, over the past century, largely acquiesced to development. Additionally, the Cron Farm is a landmark roadside attraction for travelers en route to the Redwood Forest and both Southern Oregon and Northern California coastal destinations. The Illinois Valley is an ecologically diverse region. The main stem of the Illinois River, which the Sweet Cron Irrigation Modernization Project would put water back into, is a stronghold for the Southern Oregon, Northern California coast, evolutionarily significant unit of coho salmon, Sonk coho salmon, and home to other habitat conservation plan listed species. The project would help the coho as they are particularly sensitive to spikes in water temperature and would align with the NOAA Fisheries 2014 Southern Oregon, Northern California coast Sonk coho salmon recovery plan. The Illinois Valley's demographic is that of an aging population, rurally isolated and generationally impoverished. In fact, the zip code for Kirby, Oregon, as Jessica mentioned, is one of the most impoverished in the state of Oregon, according to IRS data. The area is at high risk for myriad natural disasters, the top among them being catastrophic wildfires and drought, food desertification. Suffice to say, it's an area that could use some help. The Sweet Cron Irrigation Modernization Project lies within the 2024 North Illinois Valley Strategic Implementation Area, funded by ODA and implemented by the Illinois Valley SWCD and partners. It is the first proposed initiative under the fledgling Illinois Valley Irrigation Modernization Partnership developed by Trout Unlimited and the Illinois Valley SWCD. If funded, this project will introduce the first pivot irrigation system in the region, serving as a valuable outreach tool and inspiring other landowners to undertake similar initiatives in an area known for being challenging when it comes to landowner outreach. This highly visible project represents a transformative opportunity for the Illinois Valley, one of the most underserved areas of the state. Your support of this project will have a profound ripple effect on future water conservation initiatives in the Illinois Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. And then is Rhett Nelson online, please? Maybe we can go to April Snell for now and see if Rhett can join in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Quimps, members of the Commission. For the record, April Snell, Executive Director of the Oregon Water Resources Congress, representing irrigation districts and Seminole. First off, welcome to Commissioner Newman. It's nice to see you in this new capacity. And also want to thank both Adair and Kim for the great presentation that they just provided. I do want to highlight that it's interesting and also kind of neat that Commissioner Newman and Chair Quimps both participated in the development of the original water project and grants and loans program after Senate Bill 839 was passed. And by that, we both served on task forces that were sort of painful. But it all resulted in that project getting up and running. And now I think we have several years of success funding that, many different types of projects. And now we also have the irrigation modernization funds. So want to say first, thank you for your work and service. And hopefully today you will not have to have 3 hours of conversation as occurred in the previous time we were looking at some of these funding decisions. I am supportive of the department staff recommendation for specifically funding the irrigation modernization funded project, as well as the water project grants and loans, provisional funding for North Unit fish greens. I do want to highlight, and again, thanks to Adair and Kim for responding to the questions. As Kim indicated, I do really feel that the reason why you only have one application on the irrigation funding side is because of the timing. It is really difficult to fill out applications during the irrigation season. And then also, as Kim mentioned, that several districts were waiting for federal funding to come through. As part of that, because you are going to be getting another, I think, a large amount of interest in this third and likely last cycle of the funds that'll be closing in January. So there's the 3 pots of federal funding that these funds were specifically designed to leverage and match. That's the NRCS, Natural Resources Conservation Service, PL 566 program, the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart, and then EPA funded grants related to water quality. Each of those 3 federal funding sources have their own process and also their own timelines, some of which are predictable and some of which are not. The EPA funds come through congressionally approved spending. So where we're at today is probably where we're at for this last cycle in regards to EPA funds, but there may be additional funds that are authorized by the next Congress. NRCS, that is a very elaborate process that a number of our districts are going through to help modernize their system that results in a plan that has a lot of components to it that can be broken off and funded by Bureau of Reclamation, by the state, and there, I would anticipate you're going to see more phased type of projects. So the good thing is Oregon has been very successful in accessing particularly the NRCS funds. The not so good thing is now there's a whole lot of interest in that, not only from Oregon, but other states. And there is a delay, a backlog in NRCS's approval of the watershed plans, which in relation to the irrigation modernization funding, the language is very specific that they must have an authorized plan. So we are again waiting for several of those plans to be approved by NRCS. They're already through the appropriate NEPA, public scoping, and all the different things they have to go through. So we're hopeful that some of those will get approved by the end of the year. But I anticipate, again, that you're going to have a lot of interest in January, but we'll revisit where we are at that point in time when you guys are making the funding decisions after that. Bureau of Reclamation is the other pot of money, and we've been waiting for a while for them to release some of the grants through their Water Smart program that were funded under the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. They just recently made an announcement awarding over $850 million, not all to Oregon, of course. Through some of that funding, we're trying to tease out whether or not those are through Water Smart, which will also really heavily influence the number of applications you get in this next round. We do anticipate there will be additionally federally funded projects outside of this next cycle. We'll evaluate what the best way is to support those projects going forward. We are also, again, supportive of additional funding through the existing grants and loans program. But I think every time we're looking at a batch of projects, there's always issues that come up of, well, don't we wish this was a little bit clearer, or how does this requirement fit in? And so to that end, I do want to highlight that as Kim indicated about the water management and conservation plans, I just want to add a few things on that. We have said in the past that that has been an issue for districts that want to access the regular water project grants and loans program. That language has also been carried over into the irrigation modernization funding. We've not had any recent incidents of that, but there have been issues in the past just based on the requirement in the language that that plan be updated and current at the time of the application. There is a legislative concept, it's not ours, but there is one out there next session that potentially could change that to where there would be not the requirement at the time of the application, but say the requirement at the time the grant agreement is signed, which I think would be very helpful. However, I do want to highlight that there is an interpretation issue related to whether or not a WMCP is required to begin with. So for most agricultural users, including irrigation districts, those plans are considered voluntary. However, once you do one, a final order is issued, and then by interpretation, that is then a requirement that that plan be forever updated. So that's an issue that's broader than what you have before you, but I do want to highlight it because I do think it is a small barrier to folks on the funding side, but also potentially a larger barrier to districts to do those plans if they don't want to be burdened with a requirement that should otherwise be a voluntary incentive type plan, because you get access to certain tools if you do a WMCP. And again, there's a distinction with the NRCS watershed plans, which, as I mentioned, there is a backlog on that. So lastly, or maybe next to lastly, I do want to appreciate again staff. As Kim and Adair mentioned, the technical review team process was made public for the first time. I sat through those 2 days of meetings, and I had a large amount of sympathy and empathy for the agency folks who sit on that group. It was illuminating to me. I would encourage the department to do that again in the future, because it was both for me, I got information in how I can help my folks better put together their applications, better tell their story. You guys hit on some of those issues today, whether it's water and stream, environmental benefits, whether it's food security, all those things, we can do a better job at telling our story. But the other part that was clear to me is, one, it's a large amount of work for those agency review folks. And I gather that there are generally new people who do each round. And so I think there's an education void that something that maybe could help get that review team better up to speed before they're bombarded with all the applications. And I know you guys are doing things to that end, but there may be some things we can do to make it a little easier on their end. But I really do appreciate all the agency folks who serve on that process. So lastly, I think you have some good projects before you. There's not a whole lot of money to go around. Again, I do think you're going to have more interest, and I do anticipate the last bit of money in irrigation modernization funding will be fully subscribed, but I do think you're going to continue to have worthwhile projects to come before you and not enough funding to go around. I'll do what I can in the legislative environment to advocate for more funds, and at the same time, hopefully we can leverage the federal funding that's out there. I guess lastly, for real, I think most folks are aware there's an incoming new presidential administration, and there are very valid concerns that existing federal funds could be clawed back, or that it's going to be very difficult to get additional federal funding. We're aware of that, and that's one of the reasons we have urgency in trying to get the federal side of funding secured before the end of the year. So with that, thank you again for your service and your attention to these issues, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Thank you, April. And one last call, please, for Rhett Nelson online. Any comments?
They did acknowledge me in chat that they were aware they would be called on, but they were perhaps having issues getting unmuted.
Can you message him back?
Hello, this is Rhett Nelson.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought we were unmuted. I appreciate you guys considering my project. This will benefit the fish and my land with more efficient irrigation and better crops. So I thank you for doing this. So thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Well, thank you for taking the time to express your appreciation, and we likewise appreciate it.
All right.
Commissioners, we ready for deliberation and a motion, or?
I'll make a motion if the time is appropriate.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion too.
Okay.
Well, I would move that we adopt the funding recommendations contained in the tables of this report and immediately fund the applications in the amount of 1.924 million provisionally, and fund the other 3 applications from the existing funds. And that includes the 907,000 for the irrigation modernization fund.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Commissioners or Vice Chair Smitherman.
Point of clarification, I think that was backwards in terms of what's available and what's provisionally. I think it's the 3. I think we should probably read the recommendation because it is a little bit tricky. Sorry.
Right.
So,
Whatever is written. Adopt the funding recommendation contained in tables 2, 3, and 4 of this report, to immediately fund one WPGL application, $1,924,463. Provisionally fund 3 WPGL applications at $6,207,792 for a total WPGL award of $8,132,255, and provisionally fund one irrigation modernization funding application, $907,000, $907,290 for a total irrigation modernization funding award of $907,290.
Okay,
Second.
thank you for the clarification, Commissioner Mall, and second by Vice Chair Smitherman. I'll call for a vote, please. Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Smitherman.
Yes.
And I also vote yes, so the motion passes unanimously. And thank you for the report, and to our stakeholders online, thank you for your patience while we got to this item. We were scheduled.
Can I make one comment after the vote? I didn't want it to get in the way, but I think once again, given the comments and some of the analysis, we've seen the limitations of the triple bottom line approach that this grant program has, and it still really concerns me. Because I think to Commissioner Wolf's question and analysis, we're talking about public benefit, and trying to compare the apples and oranges in some ways, being limited by the minimum score, I think continues to be a problem. Because I think if, for example, you look at a sole source drinking water source for a community of 4,500 people that is coming in asking for approximately 10% of a $1.7 million project, there's great, clear public, social, and economic benefit there. Can't be funded under this because of the ecological score. That's a lot of direct public benefit at relatively low cost, huge leverage for a program like this that we can't act on unless we do like we did in June and unanimously award. Don't want to do that again. But I do hope that we're about to vote on something that's going to give staff discretion when it comes to cost overages for grants awarded. And you've heard me before, I'm very much in favor of giving more and more discretion to staff in the field, to grant programs and things like this. But I think the limitations of this particular grant program cuts so against that I would welcome opportunities for the staff, either in the bounds of the program development and recasting that they have, to work at that, so that you can help award good public benefit programs, or maybe we need to take it back, because I think it's a fundamental flaw with this grant program that we're restricted by those minimum scores across all three. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mall.
Chair Crumps, we have a comment in the chat from Jean Souza.
Sure.
Commissioners, Director Gall, and Derek Kim, thank you for the hard work on this and the clear and concise presentation. Thank you for the conditional approval. We are looking forward to getting this important project underway. I anticipate 2 more applications for the KID in January.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a question. In the future, can we make a motion to adopt alternative 1 without having to read the whole paragraph? Or do we need to read the whole paragraph?
Vice Chair Smitherman, I think we should look into that and get back to you.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you. So we were scheduled for lunch from 12 to 1. Can we maybe take a lunch break and reconvene at 1:15? Would that work for commissioners? We'll start making up time. So thank you. We'll recess for lunch. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's 1:23 and we'll reconvene and we'll take up agenda item B, water supply development account grant increase delegation of authority.
Okay, Chair Quimps, Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission. For the record, once again, I'm Kim Fritz Ogren, and I'm the Field Services Division Administrator for the Water Resources Department. And today with me is Adair Muth, our Grants Manager, and we are here to request a delegation of authority for the Water Supply Development Account in order to increase budget authority for grants that have been previously awarded by the commission. We are specifically talking today about one of our many grant fund accounts. This is the Water Supply Development Account that was established by Senate Bill 839 in 2013. There are a number of different types of funding or programs that go through this account. This account is separate from feasibility study grants, water project grants and loans, and a couple of other accounts. The Water Supply Development Account funds water project grants and loans and irrigation modernization funding, which is what we're specifically talking about in terms of this budget increase authority. It also is a place where the legislature will put some direct appropriations where they call out a specific project and grant recipient and a specific dollar amount for that project, as well as funding to support some federal studies, which we haven't seen in several years. Why are we coming to you today with this request? Well, the issue at hand is we have noticed over the last year a significant increase in the inquiries and requests for grant budget increases. From the start of the program in 2016 to 2022, we only received 2 requests. And in each of those instances, we brought the funding request increase to the commission. But in this year alone, we've already received 2 formal inquiries as well, or formal requests, as well as a number of inquiries of like, hey, I'm noticing some cost overruns and inflation and whatnot. Is there any chance, and what is the process for a grant increase? Why are we seeing this increase in inquiries to increase the budget? One, we just are managing more grants and more dollars, and so we would expect to see more increases. And I would also note that over the last few years, we've seen really high rates of inflation and other cost increasing. So I just want to note, about 10 years ago, we were managing just about $21 million, and now we're over $100 million. So more business. I stole this slide from a presentation that Ivan gave to the legislature yesterday because I think it really encapsulates what work grant staff, and when I say grant staff, 2 grant staff have been managing for the last 3 years, and why it's helpful to have increased efficiency in some of our processes for improved customer service. So you may have heard that the department's legislatively approved funding for since 2021 to today was about $208 million. $171.6 million of that are grant related funds, with a significant portion going through water project grants and loans, irrigation modernization, and direct pass-through. And then there's a smaller but not insignificant amount of these other funds as well. We've stood up 5 new funding programs in the last few years, once again with those 2 staff and then teamwork from others in the agency, and have obligated $126.7 million through 370 grant agreements, which is just astounding. And as I leave my position as grant manager, I'm just been really honored to work with the staff who've done excellent work in getting these dollars to communities. But there's a lot. So as we grow as an agency, we've been encouraged to look at what our systems are, where can we be more efficient, how can we provide improved customer service, and we think this delegation of authority will allow us to do that. So I'm going to turn things over to Adair to talk about how we've tried to address this problem and what we propose moving forward.
Thank you, Kim. Members of the commission, for the record, again, my name is Adair Muth. And as Kim mentioned, we have done. You're good now. Am I good now? Okay. It was really loud for a minute. We have done numerous things to help address the need for project budget increases. So first, we advise our applicants to anticipate and include cost increases when they're developing their project budget, and to include that request in their application for funding. Second, we evaluate whether it might be appropriate to reduce the scope of their project and allow the grantee to apply for additional funds, phase out the project, look at if that's an option. We also work with our grantees to reallocate funds within the project budget to make full use of any matching funds and OWRD funds, looking at how we can move that around to help them out. We also advocate that our grantees alert us with budget issues as soon as possible so we can work through those issues with them, either through progress reports or contacting grant staff. And then finally, we provide letters of support to grantees seeking other non-department funds. We will continue to take all of these actions, but given the extent of the cost increases and the number of grants in our growing grant portfolio that Kim mentioned, we don't anticipate that these actions will fully address the problem. And we expect that requests for grant increases will just continue. So as Kim mentioned, we're evaluating and adapting our systems to both provide improved customer service and continue good fiscal stewardship. Currently, when we receive a budget increase request, we evaluate that request, and if we recommend it, we bring it to the commission for your decision. With the current meeting schedule, the commission meeting 4 times a year, this means there's only 4 opportunities for grantees to receive a budget increase in a year, which could impact their project implementation. They might need an answer sooner than waiting for the next commission meeting. So our proposal is we are seeking delegation of authority from the commission to increase grant budgets for projects that were previously awarded funds by the commission. Our goal is to help our grantees successfully implement the projects and achieve the public benefits, while also wisely managing public dollars to achieve the program goals. So in order to achieve those goals, our solution must provide sufficient funds to address cost increases, but also balance the needs of our current grantees and future applicants. So we brought forward 2 options to consider. The first is to delegate authority to increase grant budgets that were previously awarded funds by the commission by up to 20% of the initial grant, but not to exceed $500,000. And our reasoning behind these numbers is that OWRD grants often pay for material costs, which we have seen significant cost increases over the past few years. Another option is to delegate authority to increase grant budgets that were previously awarded by the commission by up to 10% of the initial grant award, but not to exceed $250,000. And the reasoning behind that number is that 10% is common in other funding opportunities. So the alternatives that we would like to present to you today is number 1, authorize the director or their designee to increase grant budgets for projects previously awarded funds by the commission from the water supply development account of up to 20% of the initial grant award, but not to exceed $500,000. Number 2, authorize the director or their designee to increase grant budgets for projects previously awarded funds by the commission from the water supply development account of up to 10% of the initial grant award, but not to exceed $250,000. Or number 3, decline to act and have the department continue to bring grant increases to the commission for its consideration. The director recommends alternative 1, which is the 20% and not to exceed $500,000. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you both for the presentation. I have a couple points. First, I don't see anything in here explicitly about reporting. And I think there should be, it could just be in the director's report so that maybe the subsequent quarter, the director in his report says, I use a delegated authority to adjust these grants. So we see that documented. And since that's not in this report, I wanted to make that point clear for anybody online. And I think that should be a requirement of using that authority. I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's just follow through. And then second of all, I know in about 2017, 2018 with the trade wars, a lot of materials costs went up. And in my day job, I saw the impacts of that, and they were significant, things like steel and really changed things. So looking forward, I tend to agree with the 20% level. So that's my thought on that, and happy to take comments or questions from the commission.
I have a question. Just so that I'm clear, so if there was an amount that was over 20%, then it would be brought to the commission to review, or would it just be if the increase was over 20% or over the 500,000, would you then bring it back to the commission to discuss?
Yeah, Chair Quimps and Commissioner Smitherman, thank you for the question. I think we would work with the grantee so they understood the authority that we have. So see if that 20% would work for them, if they could look for other funding. If 20% is just not enough and they do need more, then that is something that we would bring back to the commission.
Thank you.
Commissioner Newman.
Hi, thanks again for the good staff report. I'm just curious as to what the requests that you got were in terms of what increases they were asking for. I'm sort of guessing it was probably somewhere between 5 and 20%, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, Commissioner Newman, thank you for the question. They have, I put together those numbers this morning, and they have ranged anywhere from 8% to the very unique situation that you all considered this summer, which was 184% of their initial grant. So it really has ranged.
Commissioner Wolf.
Yeah, could you explain to me what kind of a burden this might put on the water supply development account, and if there's any risk to the money being available, or what that would detract from being able to do once this is spent?
Yeah, Commissioner Wolf, thank you for the question. I think as part of our evaluation, when we receive a budget increase request, is to look at how much money we have available in the account and looking forward to future funding cycles and if that impacts our ability to offer future funding cycles. So that's part of our evaluation.
So to Commissioner Wolf's point, I think that's another reason to report, because you could say, I use this delegated authority. We anticipate this will or will not have an impact on, a future. So maybe if we get to a motion, somebody can amend it a bit to require a reporting of the use of the authority, to the commission within, 6 months or something, or whatever's reasonable, 3 months. We meet quarterly, so.
This is great. I think it's something we anticipated when we started this conversation, I think a year ago, and we chose not to put a limit on it then. Now we are, and so we're being proactive. To Commissioner Wolf's question, I have concerns. I think, quite frankly, what will happen is behaviorally we'll magically see 19% requests come in. Just the way these things work. So I would actually argue in favor of the 10% limitation, just to hold that in check a little bit, because I am concerned about a bird in hand that we've already said we want to support. You feel compelled to keep it rolling. And so therefore, if you have 2 specific and 4 general inquiries, if half of those come through and you go up, that's $1.5 million of about 7 to 8 million that we give out each round. Am I remembering that correctly? That's a big chunk. So I would say at this point, I would advocate for the 10% and keep an eye on it and see if that in fact happens and track. We're going to be getting mostly 9% or not, but very supportive of the approach. Love the discretionary aspect of it, but I am concerned that behaviorally it would draw on the fund more than we would intend.
That's a great point. Thank you, Commissioner Lee.
Yes, are you envisioning this would be a one-time opportunity, or do you envision people would come back a second time?
Commissioner Lee, thank you for that question. We are envisioning this would be a one-time opportunity for folks to request an increase in their budget.
Thank you.
We need to make that explicit, I think. Commissioner Kahara.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Joe on the 10%. I just remember when I was doing Water Smart grants and the price of polyethylene skyrocketed. And it turned out like, half of our grants was for installing high density polyethylene pipe. And so every grant came in with a request to increase or cut the project in half. I'm thinking that, okay, we have this available. The 10% means that, you can have twice as many people come through the door with a request to help as you would with the 20%. And knowing that things kind of happen in bunches, that it would make sense to have, be able to spread it further than, just a few big pots, but more little pots to help more people across the state is kind of my thought on that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? We're ready for a motion.
I move that we authorize the director or their designee to increase water grants budgets for projects previously awarded funds by the commission from the water supply development account of up to 10% of the initial grant award, but not to exceed $250,000. And I also note the chair's recommendation that some sort of regular reporting requirement be a part of this effort as well.
I second the motion.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Mall, seconded by Commissioner Kahara. Any other discussion? And again, this is a one-time award for each project, or a one-time change for each project.
Do we need to state that in the resolution?
On my Raquel hat?
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's best if you explicitly state it.
Okay.
And then my motion to also state that this should be recognized as a one-time opportunity for each awarded grant under this program.
And you still.
I still second the motion.
Thank you. Okay, call for a vote, please. Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smitherman?
Yes.
And I also vote yes, so that motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the work and the good discussion, Commission, and the good points. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on schedule, I think, and we have a agenda item C, the Integrated Water Resources Strategy Update and Workshop. We have a lot of time for this. I thought it was something that would likely merit a lot of commission discussion. So I push for more time on this agenda item. I'm also very happy to again welcome Commissioner Newman. I worked with her on the first policy advisory group for the first IWRS, so always looking forward to her input and her insights. So yeah, I think we have ample time to discuss this and hopefully inform us going forward. So thank you.
And members of the commission.
Share my screen here. See that? Yeah. It's doing this. In the, oh, there we go. Somebody else is doing it for me. I thought it pulled up on my screen. There we go. Okay, I see it now. One. Right, that is what we wanted to share. Sorry for that. Okay.
Chair Quims, just to note that each commissioner was provided paper copies of the 11x17s there for reference as Crystal goes through her discussion.
So that'll be a little bit later on in our discussion. So so for the record, my name is Crystal Grinnell. I am the Integrated Water Resources Strategy Specialist. And we do have a large chunk of time today, so I have a lot of things I want to cover. It's been since, I think it was March of this year that I came before the commission, so it's been a while. And we just need, I think, a little bit of, I'm seeing something else that you guys aren't seeing. It's been a little while since we've talked about this. I've been before you, so we're going to kind of take a little bit of a step back at some point in the conversation, just to remind everyone where we've been and make sure that everybody's on the same page moving forward. So here's a little bit of the agenda that I'm hoping to cover today. We will have, I'll just go through quickly some of the draft one comments. You all have received a copy of that in your packet, pretty extensive list of comments. And then I'll also walk through just stepwise the IWRS development that we went through in 2023 and 2024. And then the framework that Director Gall had just mentioned, that 11x17, we'll spend some time on that document as well. And then of course, we will have a break at some point, maybe before that framework discussion, to discuss the agency prioritization activity that has been going on over the summer. So that's kind of where we're headed today. So jumping in here. What's that? It's not advancing for me. Not sure why that is. Arrows don't work. Okay, I guess I'll just tap the screen. All right, so the timeline for this project. So back in 2022, I was hired as a limited duration position. So that's when, about middle of the year, that's when the department gained some staff to start working on the update to the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. My first task right out of the gate there was to produce a progress report. So that was taking a look back at what had happened, what had been done since 2017 through 2022. So that was a really great way for me to be introduced to the process and see what had been happening. And so I did have some learning lessons from that. I believe I shared that pretty early on at one of our meetings in 2023. And a big one was really just how the infrastructure wasn't already in place for me to reach out to the agencies and say, what had you done? So it was really helpful to learn what agencies had already been engaged with IWRS and the work that we still needed to do in that regard. And then that brings us to 2023. And that's when we started working with, we hired an outside consultant to help us with our engagement plan. So we hired Oregon's Kitchen Table to help us prepare a plan for engagement. So we did that. We designed that engagement in early 2023. And then we started doing that public engagement in the summer. We also, separately from work with the consultant, we also had our interagency project team put together a survey that we sent out to all the different agency staff. And we had about 142 folks respond to that. So that was a helpful piece of engagement as well. And then another piece that happened during 2023, we started working on the draft of the document. So we had all of the engagement, and then we started working with the water core team agencies. So there were over 10 agencies that got into the document and started helping us craft that next version. And then that carried over to 2024. So I will mention that the two major efforts were the narrative that we had different agencies working on. That was a heavy lift, but also creating the action one-page summaries. That was another piece where we got a lot of input from agencies. So that's why we had, that work carry over from 2023 to 2024. And then we put out a draft number 1 in March of 2024. And then after that draft was released, that's when we got a letter from the governor's office asking us to pause on creating draft 2. So we could take advantage of the fact that we had 3 of our agencies getting new leadership, and we wanted to pull those folks into this process and see if we could do something we've never done before, which is do some prioritization on the IWRS. So that's what we've been working on over the last few months. Right, now I'm going to dive into the draft 1 comments and give you a high-level overview of a few things. So here's our draft. We had this out for about a month from March 5th to April 5th. And we received 45 sets of comments from a wide variety of folks. I do also have a list here of who we heard from. So it was quite an array of folks geographically across the state, but also different sectors, some agency folks, some nonprofits, non-governmental associations, utility sector seemed to also be presented there. So just to give you a kind of an array there. And then of course, we also had individuals as well submitting comments. So at a high level, we were seeing support for a few things that showed up in that first draft. Funding seems to be a topic that we have covered a lot, and folks did articulate their support for that. And we also added, we were very scarce on adding new actions in the document, but we did add one that related to in-stream quantification of some in-stream needs. And we also got some positive feedback that they saw an improvement in the interagency scope of the document. So that was nice to hear, because that was really an effort we were trying to make in pulling in a lot of those agency staff to really get in the document and give us some edits. And then also the other thing that we were hearing support for was the new approach that we had to climate adaptation in the document. So there was, I think, a pretty big shift that we were noting from the way that the 2017 document talked about climate change to what we are now experiencing in terms of climate change just being part of every day. It comes up in everything we do. And so we really did our best to make the narrative reflect that. So we spent a lot of time going into every single action, or at least every single critical issue, and making sure that we were noting where climate change related to that critical issue or those actions. We also heard some good feedback about the comprehensive nature of the document. So we're all aware of the fact that this is a hefty document that has a lot of material in it. Some folks really appreciated that, and they did make note of, it seems like it covers a lot of things. We didn't get a lot of feedback saying you're missing this huge, hole of information. And then we also did get some support from people talking about planning specifically. We also heard changes that folks wanted to see. So in addition to some minor edits that folks had suggested throughout, there were some big themes that we were seeing. So our approach for climate change in draft 1 was to really distribute our narrative of climate change throughout. The place that we talked about, we kind of introduced climate change, was right at the front end of the document in the introduction. And that's where we kind of laid out the urgency of the issue, but then we didn't come back to it in the strategy and have a standalone section. We heard from folks that they want that. They want a standalone portion of the narrative within the strategy actions themselves. So that is something that we are doing for draft 2. Also, there were a few different entities that talked about wanting to see more affordability. Mention of that throughout. I think that goes along with what we were also analyzing in terms of when we were trying to look at this document from an equity perspective. Place-based planning also was something people were wanting to see more of, additional attention there. Also a lot of different categories of how people talking about how we talk about water, right? So in-stream and out-of-stream is used a lot in the document. And we also heard from folks that in-ground and in-stream
also need to be used. And then there was also a lot of input from folks about wanting to see more on water management. So that is an important topic that I think we will get back to when we talk about the framework, the 11x17, that we're going to kind of workshop here in a little bit. The last two things I'll mention there are the call for further engagement. Oh, well, sorry, I just skipped over one. The balance of in-stream needs with out-of-stream needs. We did hear from folks that they felt like this new version lost the balance that they were hoping for, or that the 2017 presented for them. We also heard that folks wanted further engagement in this process. And finally, I'll just mention that climate mitigation was something a few folks brought up. So we had really focused on when we were looking at including climate change throughout, we were looking at climate resiliency and pointing out how a lot of these strategies are really addressing that resiliency component and had left out the mitigation. And I think that was somewhat intentional, as that is kind of a different beast in some regards, and the previous version of the strategy had never gone into that realm. We also were in an interesting spot too, over a year ago, where the DEQ's climate protection program had been put on a pause. And so there was some uncertainty there about when would that start up? Would that start up? Is that some reference or resource that we should be pointing to instead of kind of recreating the wheel in terms of climate mitigation? So just an interesting new topic, I think, that came forward. All right, and so wrapping up some of the high level comments here, we also heard opposing viewpoints from folks. We heard from folks that they did not like the new structure, and we also heard from other folks that they did like the new structure. Voluntary actions also seem to be getting a lot of attention, and this is something I have seen in other IWRS conversations, where there is a strong acknowledgement that we need folks to voluntarily do things to help our situation. But there's also a strong message coming from other folks that voluntary actions don't do anything. Enough talk about voluntary things. Let's get serious about enforcement. So that definitely came through in the comments as well. Planning also was a topic of conversation. Like I had mentioned, we did hear people talking about a support for planning, wanting to see more about place-based planning. And then we also heard the opposite, saying we don't need more emphasis on planning. Opposition to dam removal was another thing that's a little highly specific, but very, I'd say very obviously different ends of the spectrum there. Folks that are very opposed to any mention of dam removal. And on the other hand, folks talking about needing to do a lot more in terms of reviewing dams and acknowledging their environmental harm. And then this kind of catch-all bucket here that I'm sharing with folks is the additional requests. And so this list, I won't go through in detail, but these are items that some of them are great that we would love to include, but might need to go into the parking lot just in terms of a time perspective. So for like example, the referencing the Oregon revised statutes and Oregon administrative rules on all of our action summaries, I think that would be a great addition and be helpful for folks as they're getting into the nitty-gritty detail on those actions. But that is a huge time commitment. So kind of putting that in the parking lot for now, maybe we can get back to that another time. The very first bullet item here though, prioritization, that was something that people were calling for in these draft one comments, acknowledging that was something that was needing to be done. There were no plans at that point when we published draft one to do that, because that had never been done before. The approach has always been and was articulated in the 2012 and 2017 document, that it does not prioritize actions. It presents what we need to do, and then the following steps are up to the legislature and agencies to put forth what they want to, or what the work they want to do in their budgeting process. So this is a really nice turn to see that that call from folks is now being answered. We do have that effort underway. All right, so and now I'm going to shift over to the IWRS development. So this will just walk us through a little bit of that, building the document from around 2023 to what you saw in the draft one there. So
changes for the 2024 IWRS. I'm just showing here the nice pot of ingredients that we had for the development of that draft. So a big piece of the puzzle was really looking at all those new investments we got from since 2021 till 2023. We also had a lot of reports to sift through. There had been a lot of writing about our water challenges and just current documents coming out quite frequently. We also, as I had mentioned, did our public involvement, public engagement. So that looked like both a survey and in-person meetings. So good participation there of about 2,000 folks from those two separate events. And then the interagency survey, I've already mentioned that we had about 142 folks participate in that, and that was across multiple different agencies. And then the interagency and water core team review, I've also mentioned as well. That's where we had the interagency project team consists of about 5 agencies where we have 1 or 2 staff from each one of those agencies. The water core team is a deputy level meeting group that has all of the natural resource cabinet agencies plus Oregon Health Authority plus Business Oregon in attending. So that whole team was very valuable for me to be able to get input from them and get their staff to get in the document and review it. And then finally, I'll mention the last piece of the puzzle was back in, I believe, May of 2023. We had some internal staff. We had a temporary hire at the Water Resources Department focused solely on a diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental justice review of the 2017 document. And so that input was summarized in a memo for us before she left for another position. So those are kind of the pieces of the puzzle. And I did have a slide here just to articulate the 2 teams there that I was talking about. If folks are curious about the agencies that were included in the water core team, I apologize for the acronyms, but that was the easiest way to show the whole mix of folks there. So there is a double duty where we do have interagency project team staff that we're meeting with regularly, very involved in the development of the document. Plus, we're getting input from, a different level of staff from them at the water core team. Okay, so most of you will remember that back in 2023, when we were starting to work on this project, we brought forward 3 kind of big ideas, 3 areas of early focus. And this was before we had even done our engagement exercises. So we knew that we needed to apply an equity lens to the document. We also knew that climate change was a different beast than it was when that 2017 document has been published. So we knew we wanted to address that in some way throughout. And then we also had acknowledged that the 100-year water vision had happened in 2021 or been published in 2021. And so wanted to incorporate what we could from that document and that process as well. So I do have a slide for each one of these 3 kind of inspirations here. So the equity lens piece, this was an important piece this is what we were hearing, is that we were seeing a lack of the description of how state agencies work with tribes. That does get discussed in the 2017 document, but you wait until page like about 120 to read about that. And so there was an acknowledgement that that would be a really important thing to move up sooner in the strategy and just lay out the groundwork of who the players are and who's involved and who cares about this strategy. And then the equity and environmental justice piece, I'll just note that we were referring to some important documents, but we also had a new piece of legislation come to the Water Resources Department, as well as a few other agencies were included in that, House Bill 3293, that helped us spend some time outlining community best practices for community engagement. So that was also a really helpful piece of information. And then the other pieces that we were attempting to address were public health impacts beyond drinking water. So the 2017 document addressed public health in one critical issue, and we heard from folks that that was not adequate. We really wanted to see public health. There were greater public health issues beyond just drinking water. So let's address that. Finally, I'll mention affordability was another piece that came up pretty frequently. So as I had mentioned, the way that we really got down into the details for this, for draft 1, was to create those action summary sheets right at the end of every critical issue. And so that provided the great opportunity for us to add example actions that were specific to equity issues, diversity, equity, and justice issues. So that's where all of this intention has realized into example actions. All right, and moving on to the second thing that we were hoping to cover or address differently was climate change. So really the call there was to reflect more of what we're seeing, right? Climate change is really an everyday experience. It's not something that's separate. Let's fold that into the document and make it just really pervasive throughout. And then just pointing out that a lot of actions did address adaptation. So let's just be more explicit about that. That's really where a lot of the work came in when we were in the document, was just making sure that we were being explicit about an action. If it already existed and was doing a great job of, or has great potential for climate adaptation or resiliency, let's just make sure that we bring some attention to it. And then the other piece that, not just really climate change, but other issues that we're facing in water, there needs to be a sense of urgency conveyed in the document. So that was also something that we were hearing and intending to do. All right, this last piece was the 100-year water vision. So this is a good opportunity to just clarify for folks that that effort was intended to be something, I think, that was a longer running planning approach, but it will not be moving forward as a separate planning process. So that 100-year water vision process did result in a large document that included all of the engagement findings. So that was a great resource for us to look at. And within that document, it states that the participants wanted their input included in the next IWRS. They were all aware that the next version of the IWRS would be happening soon, which back then was supposed to be 2022. So the timing there, I think, was also, it was, on folks' mind that the next IWRS would be happening. So like I said, there's a large document that still exists from that effort. And so there were very similar engagement themes that we were finding. It was interesting to see just, when we did our IWRS focused engagement in 2023, how we were just hitting upon all of these very similar issues. There was some repetition there in things that are on folks' mind. So nice to see that consistency. And then there were a lot of reports. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but there are a couple of things I just wanted to highlight there. The Secretary of State Water Advisory Report came out in early 2023. So I will share a few bullet points from that. That document was very helpful in lining out just kind of the history of water planning and where we've been as a state, and putting forth some pretty bold recommendations as far as where we need to go and what we need to do. So a lot of the items that are listed here have made it into draft 1 of the IWRS. And the second document that I will mention is our statewide DEI action plan. That was also a great reference for us. That document is written in terms of having numerous strategies for all agencies to incorporate. And so I've just highlighted a few. I didn't put the strategy numbers next to them, but these are the ones that really have a very clear connection for us. So the document provides some helpful guidance there. The third bullet is one that there's something interesting in the document that I wanted to bring forward here. So here's the quote that had to do with the disaggregated data component. This quote essentially is talking about, I think it's important to bring forward because it's talking about the order of operations in terms of data. And I think this is important because we
there is a very iterative cycle of data that we've seen that needs to happen at a lot of different scales, but especially from the perspective of the Water Resources Department, there's certainly baseline data that we're always collecting and need to collect. And then there's our planning efforts. So place-based planning is a great example where we get folks together and then they realize, wow, we need some more data to keep moving on these things. So I'm just acknowledging that data is an iterative process. And I think the placement of the data actions in the draft one really acknowledge that, that relationship. All right, and I do also, I forgot that I had some quotes here from the interagency survey. So I just pulled out a few quotes for folks to see what we were hearing. We asked a lot of questions of the agency staff, but some specific ones had to do with, you know, how can we make this more usable for your staff or your colleagues? And so these are a few examples of what we were hearing from them. And I think these are really reflective of what we all were talking about in the early days when we came together and we're talking about what do we like about the strategy? What do we want to see changed? And the comment of there's a lot of information in there. Is there a way, is this an opportunity to get things pared down a little bit so it's a little bit more digestible or approachable? And that's kind of where the idea for those action summary pages came from, right? Where we were saying, hey, can we get some of these actions to be a little bit more specific? And unfortunately, there's still a lot of them, but there's, I think, an intention there is that we want to make things as specific as possible, but also, you know, give people a few different on-ramps at different levels in the document. If they want detail, they can find it, but they don't have to, you know, get down into the weeds too much. Okay, so that was a lot of talking, and I'm sorry, some more talking at you here. But I do want to now transition over to, okay, that was a lot of the background. Let's bring it all together and just keep it at a high level. And hopefully this will clearly connect in your minds what you're seeing in draft one to what we were intending to do with kind of pulling all those different pieces together. All right, so key changes to increase implementation, going all the way back to my mention of the progress report, right? We were saying that we need to increase implementation of the IWRS. So all of these things that I'm going to mention here have to do with that. Expanding accessibility of the document. So something that we have done for draft one and are planning to do for draft two is to have new headings above objectives. So we're not planning on replacing objectives. We've just noted that folks are having a hard time finding the things that they care about in the 2017 document. There's a lot of actions, but the way it's organized, that seemed to be a barrier for folks to find the things that they cared about. And so that's why we've taken this approach of kind of rolling things up to a little bit more of like a headline, right? So that folks could quickly identify the areas that they care about and are thinking about. So the inspiration for those headings really came from a lot of different places, but notably, we've had a couple of huge legislative investment packages in 2021 and 2023. And it's really interesting to go back and look at what are those kind of buckets that they're assigning and what are the words that they are using to associate that, because they don't align clearly with objectives of the IWRS. So, and some of these things I think will be more obvious in a minute when we start looking at these headings. Public engagement findings also were a helpful thing where we're hearing from folks, I want to see, you know, I think funding is a really important thing. That's something I care about. So things like that were included. And then also, how can we make this more accessible to agency roles and relevant to agency staff? So how can they pick up the document and see where their role fits in? And so that resulted in the relocation of a few critical issues, also just kind of analyzing, like I was saying, looking at like, why are folks having a hard time finding their actions that they care about? That did require that we relocate some critical issues to a different objective. So specifically, infrastructure is a great example where it was located before, kind of put it with some other more planning level objectives, when really it seemed to be more of as one of the solutions or more project-based solution. So it made sense to move it with other things that kind of fell in that category. Okay, so elevating the role of funding, as mentioned, funding has been acknowledged by everyone as very critical to implementation. So an interesting piece of, just figuring out, okay, it exists in the 2017, but what do we want to do with funding to elevate it in some capacity? We were realizing that it does not really fit cleanly where it was. It was located just in one of the objectives, the last one, but you really need funding to accomplish all of the other objectives. So how can we treat funding then a little bit separately? And so that challenge is something that really shows up in the framework here, and we're going to talk more about that. So more to come on the funding location. Another thing that the changes really bring forward are elevating coordination and engagement to support DEIJ. So like I had mentioned before, that 2017 version didn't adequately address the tribal and state relationship early enough in the strategy. And when it did address that, it was tucked under the place-based planning. And we all know that that needs to be happening outside of place-based planning. That is an important place that happens, but it needs to be happening in other, at a much higher level than that. So that inspired us to create a new coordination and collaboration critical issue, where we are taking existing actions that already talk about coordination and just moving those sooner in the document. We've also taken this approach to co-locate planning actions. So what do I mean by that? We've got, in the 2017 document, we've got a whole section that talks about land use planning. And we've got a whole section that talks about hazards and natural hazard mitigation planning. So those were already in the same objective before. The big change is moving the place-based planning then also to be with those planning actions. And there's also another important piece that comes in with this kind of bucket of the coordination and engagement piece that really is our chapter 2. It's the ability to describe climate change early in the strategy. So climate change was always a critical issue associated with these other things I'm talking about. And so this is just a really nice, clean way to be able to talk about climate change early in the strategy. Like I had mentioned, we are reinstating a standalone narrative that talks about climate change. It won't have its own actions associated with it. All right, and then the increased emphasis on data. So one of the things we were hearing consistently, again, so across public engagement, legislature investments, cross-agency works, everyone acknowledges that data is critical and very important. So the way that we've addressed that is we're looking for a way to just essentially call that out. So objectives in the past didn't say these are data objectives. You'd get into the nitty-gritty of looking at the actions to understand that, but we've now just kind of slapped a label on it at a higher level and said, hey, this is where all of the important data actions are. So that's an easy way to point folks in that direction. So the intention of that is to help the legislature and agencies find that quickly. Okay, so this is what all of those different buckets look like when you put it all together, the things I've just been talking about. We need funding for everything. We need partnerships and planning to kick us off and really get the right people at the table. There's an iterative relationship with all of these things. Partnerships and planning, of course, informs data and analysis. Data and analysis can also inform planning. And then we also have management and stewardship. And so those are the actions where we are actually doing things on the ground. It's how we manage our water. It's when we decide to do restoration projects. It's those types of actions that are included in our management and stewardship bucket. So I'm going to deconstruct this for all of you here, but this is at a very high level. These are the words that we're using to say these are the important pieces of the IWRS. And this is also kind of solving that issue where folks were having a hard time kind of funneling themselves into the framework and seeing where does my thing matter, or where can I find my action? So just kind of bundling these up into some easy to remember categories, we think is a helpful approach for folks that really want to see that the IWRS is addressing what they care about, but they could also stop here and not go any further too. But this would let them know that I care about planning. Where does that show up here? Another thing I'll point out is that I feel like this is a robust representation of what's happening in Oregon, because if you look at these 4 buckets, you can apply it to a few different things. You can see how it really does work at multiple scales. So for example, our situation that we have in the lower Umatilla Basin with our groundwater issues. We've heard from folks loud and clear that they want better partnerships, and that means with folks on the ground and with agency staff. They also have a dire need for more data and communication about that data, right? To understand who's being impacted by our bad water quality, and specifically the nitrate contamination. And then they also want to know what's being done. What is the management action that we're going to do? And all of this has been, as we've been struggling with this challenge, funding has been a major issue in all of these different pieces, right? We need funding to get those agencies capacity to engage. We need funding for the communities on the ground to engage with agencies. We need funding for the data to happen. We need people out there actually collecting water quality samples from people's wells. And then we also need money to implement some solutions. Like, what are we going to do? Are we going to build some water treatment plants? How are we going to solve this problem? So just kind of helpful to take a step back and see that this can work on a very high level for statewide issues, but also it can be very, I think, a helpful mental model for dealing with place-specific issues that we have in the state. Okay, so now I'm going to just show where these different categories or these different chapters, essentially what they've landed as. The draft 1 has each one of those blocks gets its own chapter, and it connects with a 2017 objective. So here we are in the partnerships and planning. We are, like I said, this is really where the coordination calls are. This is where the planning information comes in. And then we do have one new action that we're proposing in this chapter, for this. I had mentioned that we've been very sparse in adding new actions to the strategy. We've added 2. This is where we have 1, which is for community engagement. And I think that's all I wanted to say about that one. Okay. So moving on to the data and analysis chapter, really the key here is that data continues to be a very critical need. And we think it's helpful to give data and analysis a heading to call to that. So folks can see quickly on the strategy, where are the data actions? Where can we invest in those needs? And then the third bucket here, so that management and stewardship one, this is where we're calling for solutions. So this is one that really, where we've got a lot of engagement was really using the word stewardship and management. This is where we've pulled those words together to really show where that objective meet Oregon's instrument out of stream needs has listed all of those actions that we need. So like I had mentioned, you put it all together, they really are very iterative between each other, but funding is needed to do most of those things. And so really what the strategy is asking for at the funding level, it talks about capacity for funding state agency resources that have some responsibility with water. And it's also talking about getting funding mostly in the form of grants or other funding, state-sponsored funding sources to accomplish planning, feasibility studies, and water projects. So that's where we get that final cap on the little diagram there. All right, so
should we take a pause there? A lot to talk through. Now I wanted to transition into, since I talked about kind of the puzzle pieces, right? That last little section there was all of the puzzle pieces. Those are the puzzle pieces that go to form the 11x17 version, this kind of new framework that we're proposing. So this would now be the time where we transition into having a little bit more dialogue and talk about changes that we would want to see to this. So before we go into that, did folks have anything they wanted to say on the long speech that I gave? No? All right. All right, so diving into some terminology, I think that might be helpful for folks because I think we're all normally used to hearing goals and objectives a lot in planning language, but there are some very specific terms that are used in the document regarding critical issues and actions and example actions. So this is the hierarchy of how they all nest together. And this is the 2017 framework. So you all should have a large version of that in front of you, since I'm sure this is not going to be visible from the PowerPoint presentation. And just going through then, so if you have that in front of you, I just have a slide here that shares kind of the big take-home critique items that we had on the framework, kind of the reasons why we would even want to do something different. So, and I'll just talk through a few of these. So you'll see under, you have the 4 different boxes, and then you have everything labeled in the middle of the diagram. So it's giving you that terminology right in the middle where it says objectives. I go back here. Down in the middle there, you've got objectives, critical issues, and recommended actions all pointed out for you. So going back to this list, we've got just an inconsistency with some language that's used. So generally, I think it's really easy to understand. So for the 2 bottom boxes in your left and your right, on the bottom of the page, it's clean to see how there's a critical issue. And then there's the critical issue is kind of the header of a bunch of actions. And then there's a bunch of actions that fall underneath it. That system doesn't really occur for the 2 upper ones. They're different, right? So the critical issues and the action group headings are slightly different, and the language is inconsistent. So are they actions or are they topics was something that came up when we were looking at that a little bit closer. So I am going to show a little bit later how we're proposing some changes to that language. Another thing I just wanted to bring up that we thought was important to update in this providing an update opportunity for us, the perspective for objective 3, which is the box in your lower left corner of the 2017 version. The objective is titled, Understand the Coming Pressures That Affect Needs and Supplies. So if you look at the topics that are covered in there, the critical issues, climate change, I think, is one that is a really, yes, it's a coming pressure, but it's also here right now. And it's also, we've got infrastructure in there, which I think is not the right place to keep infrastructure because it's not, the actions are not really looking at, understanding, which is what it says, studying the needs for infrastructure. It's actually calling out changes to infrastructure, like decommissioning infrastructure and upgrading infrastructure. And so we think it fits somewhere else. And I'll talk about a little bit more in detail why that is. And then just the overall challenge that we were hearing, again, I've mentioned this, folks finding the topics that they care about and things kind of going together. So, and I think that's just a really obvious effect that goes along with choosing to organize the structure of the framework by objective, right? I think that's a really bold move and
really has, I think it still is going to work for us, right? We're still using objectives to define things. But I will just call out that the reason that I think that that is so challenging for some folks is that a lot of water plans and a lot of water documents, they kind of approach things by water sector, right? Like, so if we're talking about municipal use of water or industrial use of water, that kind of gives people a little bit more structure on where to go. And that's not the case for the Oregon's integrated water resources strategy. We have a different approach. We're using objectives to kind of organize our water thoughts. And then finally, the last thing I've already hit on, funding applies to all objectives. So why is it just an objective 4? So currently on that 2017 framework that you're looking at, funding is located in the bottom right square, and it's the very last section of actions there. So they're all, we've retained all of the material to go along with them. We have kind of collapsed the last 3 actions together. So I think that's kind of what I wanted to point out there on the 2017 version. Okay, so now what I'm going to go through is you have the document in front of you, and I'm going to show you graphically where the 4 kind of new buckets that we're proposing, those bigger headings, where we're getting that information and pulling it from the 2017. So we can see how we're kind of moving, we're keeping all the puzzle pieces, we're moving them around a little bit, okay? So the funding piece we've already talked about, it's in the 4th objective, and reasons for not keeping it there are that it currently appears that it's just used to meet Oregon's in-stream and out-of-stream water needs, right? That objective 4. But we know that we need it to meet all these other ones, especially, you know, understanding our water resources. There's a lot of data requirements there. Understanding our in-stream and out-of-stream needs. There's a lot of data needs regarding our in-stream, understanding our in-stream needs. And then same thing with understanding our pressures, right? If we're going to dig into all of these other planning mechanisms and understanding climate change, we need funding for that. And okay, so here now we're moving on to the partnerships and planning. So that second bucket. These, when I had mentioned co-locating our planning actions together, this is where we're seeing that. The natural hazard planning, all those actions are coming together along with the land use planning. Education and outreach is also staying together with those. And then we're adding over the place-based planning actions into, you know, to be together with those other planning actions. Okay, and I've just switched over to the data and analysis bucket. So the data pieces, the data actions that we're looking at here were distributed across objectives 1 and 2. And we also had some scattered in objective 3. So now those are all pulled together into one chapter, but we're kind of reassigning some of those actions from objective 3 to either objective 1 or 2. Okay, and then the last one before, I guess this is the last one because we've already done funding. So management and stewardship is the last one. So a lot of the same actions that still appeared in 4. So water management and development, healthy ecosystems and public health, those are all still staying together, but we're moving over the infrastructure one and keeping that closer to those actions. And we're pulling down some of the actions from objective 2 that had to do with water rights, and one of them had to do with permitting, which we're discussing in chapter 4. So it made sense to move those down there, and some of them have been converted to example actions. So that's where all of the pieces kind of came together. This was the framework that showed up in draft 1 of the document, and it really shows a very different organization, right? So I can see this was very shocking for folks to go from the 2017 version of these clear 4 boxes to this. What we're trying to show here is that we've really got funding spanning the whole, all of it. It really meets all the goals and objectives. And really, it's kind of, you know, important that these objectives, the existing ones, they were kind of fuzzy where things really could sit. And so, but also keeping the general concept that stewardship actions all still go cleanly with goal 2 and objective 4. So we heard a lot of feedback from this organization, this framework. People did not like it. It was too far of a move from the 2017 version. So we heard that feedback, and we have since reinstated more of the kind of hierarchical presentation of where are the objectives, where are the critical issues, and where are the actions. And so, oops, I thought I had the new one up here. I do not. We will get to that in a second, but that essentially what I'm saying here is this was too far of a departure for folks, and we went back to the drawing board. So these are some of the things that we heard that we needed to do. We have restored the subtitle heading for the framework, which was really just putting into narrative the IWRS goals. We've restored the word management into chapter 4. So this is an important point I want to bring back to the commission, because we had a few conversations about this. So I think 2 separate commission meetings, we talked about the use of the word management. So we always had that 4th chapter called stewardship. Well, it was called management and stewardship for a while. And then we all came together and decided that management is incorporated in stewardship. Why do we need to use that word too? Let's just call it stewardship. So we heard from the commission, that's what it needs to be. We went back to, made that change and had that in draft 1, and we heard a lot of feedback about that. People did not like that. We had, interestingly, we also had pretty instant feedback from the agency staff that were working on the document. They were in the document and said, what happened to management? We think it's important. Why are you getting rid of it? And we have a management critical issue in that chapter. So that was also concerning for folks. So we have made the decision to reinstate it. I was told by someone in management that they would stand behind that if we made the change. And so that is back in there. There was just really an overwhelming public comment component of management coming up steadily. Where is the management? We need more management. So, and that word stewardship was not doing it for folks. So that's what we're seeing here. There's also a new objective for funding. That's what we need to talk about here today. I don't want to insert a new objective into this framework unless the commission has talked about it and feels like it's an appropriate objective to add. We're also proposing some slight refinement to the wording. This is really, I'm considering this kind of an update to the language that we're using. So like I had mentioned, we have an objective saying, understand the coming pressures that affect our needs and supplies. Let's get rid of the coming pressures, or sorry, the word coming, and just say these are the pressures that affect, because they're not coming, they're here. We're already dealing with them. Climate change specifically is what I'm talking about. We've also made an effort to refine some objective wording, critical issue titles. So that the impetus for that kind of goes back to our accessibility challenge for the document, people being able to find what they care about quickly and have those words that they're using at the critical issue level, cue them to what they are looking for. So I do have a table in here that shows where we've changed some of those. Some cases we've kept them identical, but there are a few where we felt it was important to change those. Okay, and then I think the last piece, we've got a diagram on there that kind of shows what I was talking about with how all these pieces fit together. We've now added a diagram so people can see that quickly together and see how these objectives relate to one another. Okay, I've got this here later for us if we need it. I don't think we do right now, but okay, so I had mentioned changes to the critical issue titles. I've got these here kind of laid out in a table so you can quickly see how we've kind of collapsed things to make it cleaner to understand and find what you're looking for. So these first three are what you see on the top row of your 2017 framework. So box 1 and box 2. You'll see those critical issues listed, and the headings for the actions kind of are different. And then you've got our 2024 simplified version over there on the right. Okay, now I've got the other few that are, I think, a little bit more straightforward. The only one that now has gotten longer is the natural hazard mitigation planning. And I felt that was important to highlight there, to just emphasize, to bring that word planning into it, because all of the actions are talking about planning and preparing for natural hazards. And we have a robust planning program at the state. Natural hazard mitigation planning is a really major role in how we deal with these things. And so I felt like that it needed acknowledgement at that level. And then the other two, the other one I wanted to mention, the very last one on this list, I think it's important to just highlight the public health critical issue has been changed to clean water. And we did that because the first action in that critical issue, so there's 3 actions underneath public health in 2017. That first action talks about drinking water, and it talks a lot about public health. And then the other 2 actions are talking a lot more about pollution management at a much larger scale. And those are very important for not just public health, but also environmental health and all of our species that need clean water. And so when we put that forward to different agency folks, we heard back that clean water was the word that they were used. Water quality was something that we kind of were like, really, that's where folks were like, this is the water quality stuff. But clean water was the simple term that folks came up with that they thought was more representative of those actions in there. So just a little backstory on that one. Okay, so now we do give it to the version 1.5 here that we're working on. This is kind of the workshop version that I'd like to talk through. So you all should have a large version if that's easier to look at, but I think let's just work through item number 1 to me, which is really the new objective that we're proposing here. So if we're moving funding to the front of the strategy and saying this is important and we need this to accomplish the rest of the strategy, it needs its own objective to be consistent with all of these other chapters that have their own objectives too. So the one we have put forth, and so this is the interagency team. We've talked about this one. Fund Oregon's secure water future. Pretty high level and basic. Do folks have a strong reaction to that? Do they feel like it needs to be longer, shorter, different, better?
Are you looking?
I don't want to break from speaking, huh?
Yeah, I need to drink some water. Let me take a break.
A drink.
I'm just gonna ask, are you looking to try to make it shorter, or is that?
No, I'm
really-
just asking,
Yeah.
what does the commission think about that proposal? The interagency project team came up with that. But we also were like, yeah, we don't feel strongly either way. This is kind of, in my mind, it's kind of a placeholder for something that seemed to be kind of hitting a similar level as if you look at the other objectives, just in terms of the language. But do you like it? Should we keep that? Should we change it to something else? Does it do what we think it needs to do? I think sustainability was another word that folks were talking about, just in terms of that's an important challenge, right? For our funding, is making sure that it's sustainable or stable, I think was another word that folks were talking about. So secure water future is where we landed on that.
I'm thinking out loud, but I think that I like it.
A But I think that's the point. This can be a little more conversational, I think, and
Okay.
and talk through some of these, and react to it.
Yeah, we can also, oh, go ahead.
Sure, Crystal, do you have access to the buckets that the agency heads came up with, the 4 buckets, the 4 buckets?
Oh, they were for the priorities? Yeah, we have that in the presentation. So we do have them. You should have them in really big format. I think you have 11 by 17s of these. Yeah.
Is there any way you can just pull it up?
Yes, absolutely.
See it? So I think in trying to go through each of these sections, which logically makes sense for me, and I can see the through lines in the process, I don't want to lose sight of something that I think is important and maybe addresses some of the most vocal criticisms of the change. Is, why are we changing something that seemed to be working for people? And I think the reason is, and something that we've talked about before, is that whereas in 2010, 12, 17, there was this coming threat, well, it's here. And we are a water limited state everywhere. There's no place in my mind in the state that isn't facing problems that we have gotten ourselves into. And so I think for each of these sections, for me, the change that would empower both staff and their agency work and the public is the one that recognizes it's sort of it's bad. And this plan is going to help us get out of bad and into better and good. So in this case, for example, whatever sort of logical framework that through line runs through the whole thing, I, in this one, look at, all right, what can we do specifically from a funding standpoint that gets us from bad to better in the face of all these challenges? And so something that's just high level, fund the development and implementation of this, kind of a firm grasp of the obvious. Whereas if we call out maybe that second one, maybe fund water resources management activities at state agencies to address the backlogs, to address the problems, to pull us out of the bad, something like that is that kind of language is more, it's very action oriented. That is not what the language of the 2017 IWRS was. And I think that's why structurally it's good that we're going in this direction. So I would just say, for this particular one and for all of these sections, if we can look at it from that standpoint, not just, hey, let's implement this, but you talked about objectives. So bringing that objectives mindset into just some of the language here. Fund the water resources management, not stewardship, activity. Management. 2, and then I don't know, you gotta do a little haiku to come up with 2 or 3 words that so that you can visualize how are things going to be better to address water shortages, to improve stream flows.
Yeah, and that's where we're going with the water priorities. So the way that we communicate that is, I think, it's a new beast, right? We're gonna have to figure out how, like this is kind of this has been helpfully, I think, described by folks as like, this is the full menu. You can have anything you want on this menu. And you can put them together in different ways. But what we're talking about with this priorities we are needing to not just pick some things off of here, but we actually need to articulate the why and the outcomes that are just very difficult. And honestly, we are trying to articulate the outcomes in the narrative of the document, but this is just allowing us a process to just be a lot more focused on that and to give us something that we can really just see and know if we can check that box or not. That's another reason to get more specific. So I'm saying that just to also kind of remind us the challenge of a strategy that's trying to fly at this level and it's been really interesting exploring any changes to language in these actions, because there is that ability for it to stay high enough that we can then come in later and be very specific and and check it off the list. Or if we get too specific in the action, it might exclude some things, and then we're confused. Do we need a new action for that? Right? So that's the challenge of these umbrellas. And right now, as it's written, the bottom two funding actions. So the way that we've collapsed the planning and feasibility and project into one makes it a nice umbrella. So if you look at the funding box, 1B and 1C, those actions, 1B is kind of serving as an umbrella funding right now, right? It's saying fund state agencies to do something. And just like you were saying, we then need step number 2, fund them to do what, right? And so then that's where in our prioritization exercise, we get to say that, like action 1B, and then get more detailed about it. Same thing with action 1C. Right now, it's written as a very nice umbrella for all the different things that we can fund. We can tack on 1C to something, and then, there's another action here that shows up on the menu and say, we're funding this thing. So kind of an interesting way to kind of get at what you're talking about there.
It's a challenge, but if, for example, we just use this right here, we can say for 1B, fund water resources management activities at state agencies to prevent things from getting worse. And what that says right up front is things are bad, and we're going to be funding things to make them better. And that would be one way, in a very highest level.
Right. It's not excluding something, right?
No, it's
right.
Well, it may down the road in implementation, if we have to make choices, do we fund this to get us out of a hole? Fund this other thing, which may just push us.
So I think that's an important question that we should ask, right? Like if we are talking about changing something, like is it going to exclude something that we don't want to exclude, right?
Yeah, it's that action to.
Yeah, so you're saying modify. So we weren't talking about modifying actions, but we can talk about that. The objective then, is there anything that we could do to this objective to also get at that? Is that, do you want to see some of that language, this preventing things from getting worse, or any of these other things? Is there something that needs to be more powerful in that objective? Yeah, Commissioner Newman.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. This is a question, I think, in aid of trying to piggyback on what Joe's saying. I was not clear in the materials how this agency director's priority bucket list was supposed to fit with the IWRS.
I haven't done that.
Something like that helps integrate the two. Because otherwise this feels like something completely different.
Yeah. And that is the next part of, so we were going to work on the framework, and then we were going to take a break and talk about the prioritization exercise and some of those challenges. Commissioner Mole kind of jumped no, it's great. I think that is the challenge of, we had a lot of material to cover today, and I want to share all of it with you, and I want to have a conversation on all of it. But that's the part we had not really gone through yet. And I could give you a little more background on it in the slides, but we're talking about it now. So let's talk about it.
And I guess maybe my other question is about the framework and a couple preliminary comments.
Okay.
I'm coming in way past halfway in this process, so you can all go and just tell me to, stuff it. And nobody asked me to make these comments. These are my own reactions after going through all the materials. First of all, I really appreciate the incredible, extensive comments that people gave. I mean, people put a ton of work into looking at everything and giving us really detailed feedback, and that's huge. I also really appreciate how much work staff has put into this. And I know that, the last thing you want is for the commission to come in and say, oh, you brought us a rock, but we didn't want that rock. We want a different rock. On the other hand, having read through all this stuff and hearing your questions right now about this framework, placemat or what do you want to call it, I can't help but think that some of the comments about the change in framework were really valid in the sense that the new framework elevates means to the top instead of ends. So, if you look at the 2017 thing, and I know that document was very dense and could use some improvements. On the other hand, understand water resources today, understand in-stream and out-of-stream needs, understand the pressures, meet Oregon's needs. I mean, that's number one, it's straight out of the statute. So that's what was supposed to be done. And number two, those are ends, that's where we want to end up. Funding is a means, and I absolutely agree. I mean, funding is critical to the whole thing, but I don't know that if I look at this, if I'm a member of the public looking at this and I see categories, funding, partnerships and planning, data analysis, management, stewardship, I'm probably going to be asleep because to me, that's like just planning speak. And, whereas figuring out what our resource base is, figuring out the needs in stream and out of stream. And I agree with the comments that said, you got to put in stream and out of stream together every single time it's stated, because that's the way the statute reads. It's awkward, but it's kind of the basis.
Yeah.
Data is important to everything. And on the other hand, it's data for understanding the resources. So I guess I need to be, strung along with the rest of you because I'm not quite there yet, I guess. And my one last thing. My reaction to the 2012 and the 2017 plans were not that they needed, complete overhaul or reorganization, but they needed more on climate change because it wasn't there, and sort of prioritization and assignments. It's like, okay, who's going to do that? Who's responsible for this? And in what order are we doing it? Because if you list all the recommendations or the action items in the 2017 plan, some of them are little dinky things like, clean up the records on who actually owns water certificates versus huge things.
Yeah.
And so, you have to be able to prioritize among that. But it didn't feel to me like it was off base in terms of kind of the framework or where it was heading. So that's just my reaction overall. And I'm interested in hearing what everybody else thinks because you guys have been involved in this discussion for a lot longer.
So I want to respond to that. I share similar concerns about elevating means above goals. And as you said, statutory requirements. And when you talked about, a member of the public reading this, how they might respond, I think we need to think of who's the primary audience. To me, the primary audience for the strategy is the departments.
Yeah.
For the public, I think the way to make it more tractable for them is in the reporting. You make a more public-friendly report with categories like, community impacts, how we did it, and the resources we used. Just what did we do that benefits people? What were the means to that? And that includes all the interagency collaboration and integration, and then the resources is staffing and budgets and where that money came from, and we're reporting on that. I think that makes it easier for the public, and the primary audience for the strategy should see the four goals or the ends that you talked about. I also think it's a little confusing to have the director's priorities, like those should come from the strategy. Those shouldn't be something separate. So those need to be crosswalks so it doesn't look like we have a strategy, but then the directors have different priorities, because the whole point is for it to come from the strategy. And I have a number of comments about what's been presented so far, but I want to see if any commissioners want to respond to Commissioner Newman's request for a response. Commissioner Lee?
I really like the new framework better than the old one. It's more robust and I think it's easier for the public. And one thing I really liked about the content was when you look back at some of the reports, like the letter from the 4 attorneys to the governor, it reflects those priorities and it reflects that work. So I really like the idea of bringing in the partnership and the cooperation that was in the new 10 sections of the legislation. It's not there before and it needs to be there because it's such an important part. So that's just some overall concept without getting into very distinct responses.
I'll just say one thing in response to Commissioner Newman's comments. Yeah, I would, along these lines of urgency or why I'm making the recommendation even here that we call out the shortage. This group of 4 people wrote this thing and included this statement. We wholeheartedly agree that Oregon water issues are at a critical inflection point. True that. Oregon's water management is at a tipping point, necessitating decisive action and adaptation. That's it. That's what I'm saying. For the tone of this document would benefit from having that right up front, right up top. And in that sense, yeah, again, I agree with the chair that who's going to be using this on a regular basis. I think they need to be assured that we see that collectively and we all agree to that. And to me, then even if you think of it as a means, so much conversation stops in this state with, well, we don't have the money to do that. We can't afford to say that anymore. And so having that, I'm all for saying, yep, we're at a tipping point. We need to take decisive action. The first step in decisive action is being committed to funding it, because one of the biggest uses of this in the one sheets is going to the legislature and the wonderful, water caucus we have now and be able to say, yep, here it is, here are the next steps. So I like that logical framework. So thanks to those 4 authors for calling out that tipping point.
Just talking to Commissioner Newman's point, I do agree that obviously funding needs to be a priority. But is it about it being a priority, or is it about the location of it in the document? Are you thinking that having it at the end after all of the issues and then having that as a priority? Or is it about the funding in general in this document?
Funding for what is my, is
Uh-huh.
my question.
Okay.
So it's like, it's absolutely critical. Is it a critical point? I think it needs to be, I don't know if it's the last chapter, because that makes it look less important.
I know,
But it's
yeah.
like that we have to invest to accomplish all these other things.
Yeah.
And so maybe it needs a call out at the beginning, but
Or description.
and then mentioned in every section. I mean, it's not, to me, it's not, it's just not an end in and of itself.
Right.
It's a means towards the ends that we've identified previously.
Okay, yeah, I could see that working, having a introductory kind of a overview on why we've put funding first, and then use it as we go through each of the other priorities. Because funding, obviously, it impacts each of these priorities, all of these priorities. So I like that idea.
Yeah, I think I'd call out something to the effect that we recognize funding, funding is obviously important, but we need good information to make responsible use of public funds. Just throwing money at problems doesn't solve them if we don't understand them. And so I don't want that balance to be lost in the document. I think that's important. So some way to
capture that.
to just say that And then,
Yeah, because in order to get the funding, you have to have the data.
well, if you think about like understanding an issue, just quick aside here, but in the 80s and 90s, everybody was chasing riparian shade as the control on stream temperature. And it wasn't until we understood floodplain processes and hypereik exchange and what that was doing for water temperature that we realized we were doing. Not that riparian shade is bad, but it's not the only control on temperature.
Right.
We didn't fully understand the issue. And so we spent 2 decades on an approach that wasn't working. And so after research and understanding, we're improving that, and we can demonstrate it with monitoring. But just it makes a point that we need to understand an issue in order to make responsible use of public funds. And so I think we should be maybe just explicitly state something like that. Other comments I wanted to make about the presentation to this point was I noticed in the presentation on the cover had people on it, and I think that's great. The 2012 version had signs of people. There was like a boat and some irrigation infrastructure. The 2017 version lacked people at all. And I think there's on the cover, and it sounds minor, but I think there's a misperception and a false narrative about regulation, and that, regulatory agencies care about some regulatory standard in the abstract more than they care about people. And I think we care about standards because we do care about people. We want in-stream flows because there are people that want to fish or raft or swim. We want out-of-stream uses because we're going to produce agricultural products. All of those involve people, and throughout this document, we should try to represent people in those different groups for those different need areas, I think, because we're not doing this because we care about a law or some standard more than people. This ultimately is for Oregonians in the long term. So I like that, and I would like to encourage that in the document. There was a comment in there about dam removal, and I think that's unproductive. All infrastructure needs to be replaced at some point. All infrastructure has a life. And maybe, we talk about it in terms of infrastructure management. At some point, it's either removed, replaced, modernized, or updated. But dam removal just like instantly is polarizing, and I don't think it's productive language to use. And I think we covered the other things that I was taking notes on. But that's my thoughts on what you've presented so far. Thank you. Any other comments, Commissioner Smitherman?
Yeah, so back to your original question, how do we feel about priority 1?
Yes.
Objective.
Objective
and the
1.
title? Is that really what you're?
Yeah, it's,
getting
yeah,
at?
the stuff in the red text there.
We could keep going on and on, I'm
It's
sure.
great stuff.
Yeah, no, I think it makes a good point. That's exactly what we need to do. Fund Oregon's secure water future.
Along these lines, one of the things I did in prepping for this was read through California's 2023 update to their water plan. And there's a number of things that I assume you all have been drawing onto, but one of the things that stands out to this specific discussion is they do just a representation of the bulletins that and the sort of emphases that have been within their plans from 1957 all the way through 2020 and beyond. And so the period from 1950 to 1970 is infrastructure expansion. The period from 1970 to 2000 is environment, public trust. The period from 2000 to 2020, state bond funding. That is the way they define 2 decades of work. And I think that's where we are. And I think that's what this does. Because I don't, one of the concerns I have about too much concern about understanding Oregon's water situation, learning, et cetera, is that it puts us into this position of, well, our data's, it's what staff here have to fight against all the time. Your data is not good enough. How about this data? Think about this data. I think we know that we've got problems, And just having that, just as like we know that we have climate change, it's like you said, it's what we're swimming in. And if we can accept that and just know that every day that OWRD staff and the other agency staff are working with that understanding, and instead say, now what we are going to spend the next decade on is funding and investing in these things that we know that I think that sets a good tone. I think that really sets a good tone. So anyway, I would encourage you to look at that. There's some really nice graphics and just ways of thinking about, it's interesting, California, they're able to represent how the entire state is plumbed. And that's both good and bad. It shows how incredible the California infrastructure is and how that has just warped water in the entire West. But it does give you a sort of sense for, yeah, this is a statewide approach that they're taking. Oregon's geography and our governance is a bit different, but this aspect of it, particularly to see state bond funding as the defining descriptor for 20 years is, I think, telling and helpful to consider. Page ES3 on the executive summary.
In the new draft, does the funding portion address aging infrastructure, 100-year-old infrastructure that's now potentially leaking and needing upgrades?
Yeah, so that's what the infrastructure critical issue
Great.
addresses. Yes. It's got all of the words in there, the upgrading, maintaining, and the decommissioning.
And that's under, okay, and then
So
that's
that's
under
under-
management, but that
Right, but then you
perfectly
would.
relates to like what you were saying, is
yeah, so-
bringing that funding.
Yeah, so what I
throughout.
was saying earlier, so action 1C would be
Yeah.
the one that you would choose to match up with that. It's
Okay.
basically saying that nice kind of 1C is a big umbrella of, it can handle really any kind of water project that you want to fund, right? It's
Right.
planning, feasibility studies, or an in-stream or out-of-stream project. So you would say you need funding. 1C would be the appropriate funding mechanism, but then you would also have whatever your infrastructure thing was. If it's replacing something, it'd be 13A. If you had like a large wastewater treatment plant or something that you
yeah.
needed to replace.
I see that now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I say something else? Oh, if you want to go ahead, Kathy, go ahead.
Just a quick minute. I really like your little, little graphic, showing kind of really, but rather than having funding on the top, be the top bar,
Mhm.
I would put it underneath because it's supporting all of these other things. Yeah. Yeah, so the funding would be here and then all these others kind of on top.
Okay.
It, as a quick graphic kind of thing, this is kind of how we're seeing this,
Mhm.
I think would be helpful.
Okay.
And it means that the funding is supporting all of these other things. From here, it looks like, yeah, we're just dripping funding down on these other.
It's raining down
Yeah.
from the sky.
That'd be great.
Rather than
but-
being
That'd be great.
supportive, it's,
The foundation, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with that, I hear you, and that's something that we had actually talked about in some earlier graphics. The reason it shows up on the top now is to be a little bit more literal with matching how we've ordered the stuff that we present, right? We start off with funding, that's kind of the first one, so then the diagram kind of matches there, like you see that first. But we could, I don't see why the diagram couldn't be flipped the other way, right? Yeah, I think either way it's fine, yeah.
Talk about funding, but that.
Yeah.
But that it's supporting.
It's the foundation.
Is to support these other objectives.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Underneath supporting.
Yeah, the foundation, okay.
I think goes to the point that Commissioner Newman was trying to make as well about the layout of it. Yeah.
Seeking funding, have funding, or seeking funding to be supported.
Right, so just to clarify, are we talking about moving the brown box in the order of the document? We're not?
Brown box.
Keep it right there where it is. Okay, yeah.
Have this graphic.
Show the foundation.
show
That is the
this
foundation.
Foundation. Where that shows up in the document I have no clue, but that's a great little
Mhm.
diagram that kind of is trying to capture what we're after.
Curious what everyone else
Yeah, what
thinks.
do other folks think
Did you
about
have a
that?
comment?
Oh, I did have a comment, but I was just curious what everyone else thinks about the graphic.
I agree with that.
You could agree with that, yeah.
Flipping it, yeah.
Yeah. I did have another just maybe comment question. I mean, it does seem like we've gotten a lot more funding in the recent years since 2020 and since drought. How much funding was there previously? You know, we look at those grants and loans and what we started with 20 million or 20, what was it? Yeah, was it 20 million? And now we're up, you know, higher than that because of all the funding that we've been able to receive. But I think before that, funding was fairly limited for water needs. If always, yeah, if I recall, you know, so again, this is just reiterating, you know, not just because of COVID, not just because of the drought, but we've got to continue this going forward. And we can't just say, okay, well, that's done with, you know, we're not in drought now, or, you know, we're not in COVID anymore. But continue that necessity and that prioritization of looking for those funding opportunities. No question, really, just
Yeah. And that seems to be a pretty consistent message we were seeing across a lot of documents as well, right? Just talking about the disinvestment or underinvestment.
Yeah.
That it just catches up with you after a while, right? And so even the large sums that we were spending over the last few years aren't going to really dig us out of the hole instantly.
Right.
It's kind of more of a
progressive.
Yeah, it has to be a long-term
yeah.
investment, especially just given the lifespan of infrastructure too.
Right.
There's that, right? It's not just good forever and build it and leave it alone. So, yeah.
It's okay. Let me introduce myself. Danielle Gonzalez, Policy Section Manager. So I appreciate Crystal letting me jump in here as well. So when we're talking about the visual that you have before you, where it has the funding in the top left corner, that is also where it is in the document as a primary driver for making sure that we can actually get to these outcomes. And so if we are shifting that to a lower area, it may actually fall later in the actual document. So I just want to clarify and make sure that are we understanding that if we are moving that funding piece, are we also moving it within the document, or is this just for the visual to help understand?
Just for the visual to help understand that funding supports all of these other things. That's good.
But I see what you're
still think
saying.
Funding, you know, that chapter, whatever it's going to be, should still be at the front of the document. Because that's critically important, because if you don't have funding, you can't do any of these other things. But in the graphic, to have the funding showing supporting these other things, I think is important.
I think we have a few different views still. I think we heard that idea of like having a call out saying, we know this is important and it will be discussed at this point in the document. So we call it out up front, but it may not be up front, at least two of us are thinking that. So I don't think we're there yet, but maybe at the end of the day.
I see why it's laid out this way though, because we are starting with that as chapter 1. So I do see the reasoning behind that. Honestly, you know, I could probably go either way with it. Just thinking of another way to look at it, and if that would work as well. I'm not sure that I want to put the funding at the end of the document though and move it at the end either. So I don't know if that's confusing for the reader, or if we're going to move forward with the graphic, or if people will understand that they focus on this graphic. Oh no, funding is supposed to be first, but it's not, you know. I'm wondering if we're just nitpicking this a little too much.
Yeah, I think we have a break scheduled roughly around now. I think we should take a break until 3:30 and then.
I
Okay.
like funding at the beginning, but I wonder if we should call it investment in Oregon, investment in the people. And then all of the funding stuff is under something like that with a little description.
So just to clarify, get rid of the term funding as kind of the chapter heading and replace it with investment? Okay.
I think the funding really is the most important part, but calling it investment. might
Give it a better, yeah. What do other folks think about that?
Investment
Investment.
and then fund Oregon's secure water future. So the title, the priority is investment.
Okay,
And
or
then keeping that objective.
anything else tagged on to investment? I think I heard Commissioner Lee say investment in Oregon's water and people.
Right. In Oregon and its people.
In Oregon and its people. Yeah. Would we want to add that to it, that language? Oh. Or critical investments?
Critical investments. Maybe we could think about it
I
during
like her
break.
phrase, the investments in Oregon and people. Or
Right, yeah, that's true.
ready for break? Okay, let's reconvene at 3:30, please.
Shane. Yeah, it's probably the tip of the iceberg.
We'll go ahead and resume on the agenda item. And I think, we probably have until at least a quarter to 5. We need to allow time for public comment at the end of this. And it was suggested to me, we might want to consider, does the commission want another half-day workshop between now and March, or do we think what we come up with today will be enough to inform the next versions for the March meeting? So we should be thinking about that, and by the end of today or end of tomorrow, have in our minds if we think we need some more time workshopping this. So keep that in mind, please. Thank you.
Right, Chair Quimps, commissioners, I will just start our PowerPoint presentation again, jump right back in to where we left off. So we can move it through the next section, which was the state priorities, which I think might be good context for us to come back and then hash out some other things. Does that sound good to folks, or do you want to just stay on the framework right now without that kind of priority?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It's on your phone, Commissioner Hall. So right now, the last chunk of the presentation that I had for you, I was just going to walk through that prioritization exercise that I went through with the state agency directors. It seemed like some of the questions that you're asking, it might be helpful to get that background to kind of then come back around and really the bulk of what we need to cover today is getting some final feedback on this. So we could just stay on it right now. We were talking about it before the break. We can keep going. That's fine. Would folks prefer that, or are they anxious to hear the prioritization stuff?
I think if you think that it will help us understand what we're talking about here better, then maybe we should hear.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think the biggest piece that it will help us understand that is really the place where we're able to convey the urgency component, right? Like if we're going to always keep the framework, we'll always have a menu of things, and it's very challenging to, we can't show prioritization when we're showing everything, but to show the urgency, we can be strategic about our language, that can help. But we have this new tool now, basically, that we never had in the IWS to help crank up the urgency. So.
And can you clarify, please, if these priorities all come from within what's in the document? Like they said, to us, these are the priorities within it, or does it include new priorities that were not represented in the document previously?
There are just a couple that are somewhat new. They could still fit. They're still very, they're adjacent, let's say. Yeah. But the rest of them, they're all just, refinements of existing things that we need to do. So, yeah. Okay. So folks, do you want to hear about the priorities? We're going ahead. Okay.
I like the through line. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that. Let's get in there. Okay. So first off, I just want to show folks who was involved in this process. So we did have the governor's office, natural resource office with us, and then 6 agency directors. So all of those folks, we did have, I think with the exception of DEQ, we did have, we had a representative in place of the director for that agency, but otherwise directors. So why did we do this? Really, the kind of the charge that was given to us was essentially coming from the director's office. We got a letter saying we're going to do this pause. We want to make sure that we're getting some outcomes and increasing accountability, right? That's a great reason to bring folks together and actually have them put their heads together and say, these are the things we're putting our energy behind. And so just timing wise too, we had these new folks, like I had mentioned, we had new leadership coming on board. So Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, Department of Fish and Wildlife were the other 2 agencies in addition to our own that got new directors in May. So they had not really been, I guess one of them had been exposed to the IWS, but OWEB's director wasn't really in it, right? It's new to state government. So that was important to pull those agencies along. And also just realizing that we have this nice opportunity now where the updating frequency has been shifted from a 5-year to an 8-year window. And that's 3 biennia of kind of budgeting cycles. Like that's a great opportunity to start building some actions into this, you know, to line this up with the strategy. So that really became the focus of this prioritization. Let's chunk off a piece that we can start working on and get some things that we can check off and show that we've done before we need to do another version of the IWRS. So at a very high level, these are the 3 kind of framing discussion points that the directors came up with. They felt like preventing things from getting worse. This is really the more urgent one. We have so many issues right now that just we're already, you know, at the tipping point. We need to very quickly do some things that will stop things from getting worse, but also make things better. The other priority area that they've centered around was really looking more at the water use component of it. The first wording kind of assigned to that bucket was optimize highest and best use. And so that really encompassed a lot of the more traditional things that we might think of about our water use, like the, you know, water conservation, efficiency, reuse, things like that. And then the last bucket or the last priority area that they landed on really brings in the human component and acknowledging, you know, some pieces that they were talking about really had to do with some natural resource-based economies, right, are going to need to shift and adapt to what is happening. We have a lot of things really coming to a head right now with climate change being so severe and drought issues, declining groundwater, just acknowledging that folks are going to need some assistance in shifting to this new paradigm that we are heading into. So that was really where a lot of the discussion centered around. So these were the topics that the directors chose. And then they started doing kind of a call it Post-it exercise to start breaking it down into really articulating what those things could mean, you know, from thinking of it from a state lens, but then getting very specific and drilling down to what does it mean for my agency? What can I do? What can my agency do or contribute to this? So I know it's really hard to see on the screen. That's why you all have large versions of them. But just for folks to kind of understand the use of all these different colors here, the blue Post-its were the most important thing the state should do. So articulating that. The orange ones were the next one, and it was the biggest thing your agency can contribute. And then the green one was articulating what you need to make that happen. So, and often that was really where agencies were able to say, I would need resources to do this thing. This big, bold thing I want to do, I need some help to make that happen. Or I need, you know, whatever kind of support. And then the very last thing that wasn't used so much on all of them, but the pink Post-its were really for the directors to, if there was discussion about the language we were using for the priority area, so to prevent things from getting worse, all those topics kind of had some discussion going along with them. Maybe there were some other words we wanted to consider. And so that's what kind of was the parking lot for those ideas. So the pink Post-it notes were other ideas to help describe what this bucket or what this priority area covered. So all of this to say, we've got 3 of these slides that have a lot of detail in them. And I'm not going to go into the detail, but I do want to just bring these forward as saying just kind of some themes that we're seeing in the different priority areas. So this first one, there's definitely a discussion about, you know, still some, as often that we talk about, some data needs, right? Like really we need to understand what's happening with our water and use that information to stop things from getting worse, right? So that might mean classifying basins as an action. And then also really the other piece that folks were looking at here is the urgent issue that's on a lot of these agencies' mind is the pollution and the nitrate contamination in the lower Umatilla Basin. So addressing nutrient pollution was something that made it onto this list. Tribal engagement was also something that came to the table, and just getting in front of where we're allowing development. Like, let's stop letting development happen where it shouldn't, because there are places in Oregon where it's not a good idea to have on-site septic systems, and it's just not a great place for domestic wells. And so let's not keep allowing that to happen. So those were some of the topics that were coming up. So you can, see in more detail what the agencies were calling out and, presenting their contributions. I won't go into those details. So let's go on to group number 4, priority number 2. So optimize highest and best use. The idea, the thinking behind this one was, okay, we've got some limited water supplies. How can we share? I think this one was probably the most discussed in terms of just getting to the description of this bucket or this priority level and having a hard time nailing down one title for it. So this one did get a lot of pink Post-it notes saying, maybe this is better share a scarce resource. Maybe that's a better title for it. But the concept behind it is there still needs to be some data informing what we're doing. And then we're also going to need to shift over to some more management for that. So generally, those are the topics that are being talked about here. We've got specifically for our department, some familiar topics like modernizing our transfer process and evaluating user fee model groups and cleaning up unused water rights. So and data, again, was a common theme, not just from our agency, but others as well. Restoration also makes an appearance in this one too. So, and then the very last one, like I had mentioned, this is a little bit more of the what folks were talking about, more of the human component, honestly, where this is where agencies would be working, like increasing engagement and technical assistance to help communities navigate this new climate future that we have. So a lot of the Post-it notes and the contributions are really related to that, like, needing some resources for capacity for the agencies to do that. Funding, so grant funding to help people implement projects, a lot of ecological restoration mentioned here in a few different Post-it notes. That's pretty much the summary of what that bucket said. So that was the content of this brainstorm session. And so what the agencies did with this, they were brainstorming and creating these 3 slides, and the format was just, Post-it notes and a PowerPoint slide. They wanted to get feedback from the public and water partners before they shifted and translated that into something a little bit more solid. So this was the format that was essentially presented to folks. We had some engagement in early November. So we had a meeting with tribal staff and water partners, invited folks to hear directly from the directors and provide some feedback. And then we also had a public meeting the following week where we were able to hear from the public and see what they thought. And so I do have a couple of slides to just run through high level what we heard from folks. We also accepted written comments as well. So we got, the real-time feedback during these meetings, but we also got written comments as well. And those were included in your packet. You do have the 10 letters that folks submitted. So generally, everyone agreed, this is great. They really had support for the agencies coming together and doing this. That was really nice to hear, just that outright, regardless of the content, folks were very happy that directors came together to do this prioritization exercise. There was, however, some confusion or concern about the agencies that were not there, because really the integrated water resources strategy, right? We're kind of talking about these 2 different parallel things here, where I'm engaging over 10 agencies on the full document, but this prioritization effort was a subset of those. So we did not have all water agencies or water adjacent agencies participating. That doesn't mean that we can't still coordinate with them on some of these actions, and absolutely some of these actions will require that we do. There was a very consistent message coming at us about enforcing existing regulations. So that was just something I wanted to highlight. We don't need new ones. We need to enforce the ones that we have. Voluntary actions, that was another contentious point that I already mentioned, was something that was contentious also in the IWRS. And then lastly, there was a lot of discussion about, specifically at our water partner and tribal staff meeting, to understand how this is going to be tied to statute, the IWRS statute, the structure we're going to get it in, and how we can get this in a format that's usable to share with the legislature and make it clear to them that these are the needs and the priorities that we have. And so we did hear some more specific things about priority 1, right? This one about things getting worse, addressing very critical groundwater contamination. The feedback we got on that is we have other things. Temperature, for example, is a very big deal. Are we not going to address that? And so there's a lot of, I think that point is a very critical one, just to kind of elevate the challenge of that in this whole exercise, right? Like, what are we elevating over other things? And it doesn't mean that temperature is not important, but we are coming right out and saying that we're going to focus on nutrients. So kind of a challenging messaging component and implementation piece, I think, to this, some of these very detailed pieces of the priorities. Recycled water and reuse were something that we were hearing a lot from folks, that they wanted that to be elevated, and at least energy being spent on resolving the barriers for that. So shifting over to priority area 2, the strongest thing we heard is that the title was terrible. People did not like the words that were being used to describe this. They said that the wording was polarizing, and so we need to use some better language to describe what we're trying to accomplish in this priority area. We also heard some input to include instrument out-of-stream uses in the title, so that is critical as well. We also heard about basin planning, and also more about enforcement that needs to show up here. And then finally, flows to support tribal beneficial use and addressing environmental justice via that role. That was something that we heard interesting from priority 2. And quickly through the last one, the feedback that we heard. So this last one, again, helping communities prepare and adapt. Really, this one is, partnering with folks on the ground. So our partners like the Soil and Water Conservation Districts folks wanted to make sure that those relationships were acknowledged. Those are as very critical for making projects happen. Folks also had concerns about the language that was being used and using the word communities, and concerned that might be exclusive and not including our ecological systems. And also just language around planning that was in some of the Post-it notes. So, and I think the last few things are also similar. We've also had notes about, okay, if we're talking about communities, then we also need to talk about better working relationships with tribes. That's also a common theme we've been hearing, just in a lot of different venues. And so, yeah, that's generally the feedback that we heard from folks. We have, we're still refining these and turning them into something that will go basically at the front of the next draft. So the plan is that these priorities will be at the very front of the document, the draft 1 that you have seen. The front part 1 of that will be very different in draft 2. So I want to flag that for folks. That's where a big change, a big move has been made. The part 1 had a lot of it kind of opens with, hey, these are the critical issues that we have that are very important. And then it went into describing a lot of roles and regulations that we use to manage water. And then it had part 2, which was all the strategy stuff. We've taken a lot of the roles and responsibilities portions, put that in an appendix, And then also same thing with the legal framework. We've moved that into Appendix 2. So it's really helpful, I think, for folks we got a lot of feedback that people really liked that kind of like, wow, thanks for laying it out for us. That's a lot of really complex regulatory stuff agencies have to deal with, but we don't need to wade through that at the beginning before we get to the strategy. We like it, but we want it at the end. So that's going to be at the end. So these priorities that I just went through, those will be kind of the new front end of the document. It will hopefully convey that urgency piece that Commissioner Mull was talking about needing, so that we're able to lay the framework. Like, we have some current challenges and this is what we're going to do about it. These are our marching orders and this is what we're going to do over the next 5 to 7 years. So hopefully that's helpful just in terms of framing where, what's important to maybe show on the framework versus how we can use the narrative document itself to do some things that we're all saying need to happen, like conveying urgency and kind of describing the problems. So that is all I had on the priority. So I think we should go back to this guy.
So
yeah.
the priorities come from the 6 directors, correct?
Yes.
So I just, because he was part of the process, I just wanted to see if Director Gall wanted to add any additional context or remarks about these.
Chair Quim, some members of the commission, thanks for that ask there. I guess just to add to what Crystal said, the director spent a long time wrestling with this issue of how and what to prioritize. The water issues that we see across the landscape here in Oregon are hugely complex, and the current draft, I think, has 48 actions in it. We recognize we can't implement all of those at the same time. So there was a choice to kind of pick, and through discussions amongst the directors, we landed on the 3 buckets that we walked through today, and then the various actions within them. I feel good about the ones that we've selected for the Water Resources Department. Some of those are things that we've had a desire to focus on and work on in the past. I think it's going to help set the stage for long-term management, some improvements in our data quality out there, and a better understanding of the resource, as well as improving outcomes for customer service through some of our modernization efforts there as well. But it's going to be work in progress. The process moving forward, and Crystal probably will talk about this, I'll jump the gun. We've got the new draft that will be good for 8 years, but every 2 years now we need to have a work plan. And that work plan will help the agencies focus. What are we going to be working on in the near term? Many of these things that will start within the first work plan aren't going to be done in 2 years. They're going to be continuing on for 4 to 6 or 8 years or longer. Some of them may never end. But we'll be able to use that work plan to focus efforts and also focus the funding requests that will need to come down the road as we work with the governor's office and look at policy option packages to try and get the necessary resources to move some of these things forward. So I guess just in summary, it was great working with the other agency directors and their staff. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I think we landed in a pretty good place, and I'm anxious to frankly wrap up the document and get to the point where we can implement things. That's what's going to be really exciting, and I think start to show Oregonians what we're capable of.
Thank you. Commissioner Newman.
Question about this slide.
Yeah.
So I understand that your plan is to put these priorities in the front space of the document, the next draft. There was considerable detailed feedback, which you nicely summarized. Is that going to influence how that's written up in the document? And will the agency directors kind of approve that iteration?
That's, yeah, Yeah, that's what we're working through. It's, yeah, it's a slow process, but yes, that is the idea. Yeah, we're still discussing that and there's still back and forth on that. We're all working on a document together at this point. So the next step then, once we get that all finalized and things stop moving, then the next step would be graphically presenting that. And so an idea that's come up is having it just be the backside of this, doing an 11x17 so people can have, oh, here's the full menu, and then here's where the priorities are. So hopefully that can come to fruition and be a way that people can then see clearly how these two things relate to each other, because that's really, I think, it's interesting. It's actually been a challenge I've seen a lot of other states struggle with too, right? They do large plans and then their priorities sometimes seem like they're coming from left field. And it's like, wait, how do they fit together? I really want to make sure that we are tying them together and making sure that the other thing that provides us an opportunity, there might be a moment to improve something in the bigger strategy too. Like we may have uncovered something that is something that wasn't in the strategy before. And if we can get the directors to all acknowledge that it's important enough, we may need to pull folks together to say, we did find a gap or a hole and we need to get that in the strategy. So yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case for a lot of it though. Like it is interesting. It's kind of, we just kind of keep hitting the same things that we need to do. It's not new stuff. Some of it is bolder and the scale we need to do it is bigger, but it's not necessarily things that haven't already been talked about in some capacity. So
Commissioner Smitherman, Commissioner Lee after that.
I noticed one of the comments was talking about the wording of priority 2.
Yes.
And that's this priority 2. Whereas
yes,
talking about
that's the optimize, highest and best use.
So
those words.
You're working on rewording.
Yes.
Okay. And now, are we calling these headings priorities as well?
No.
Do we have any?
We don't.
Just the title.
Those are the are the chapter headings essentially.
Just wanted to make sure I'm getting the.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm
There's
referring to this as prioritization, and then we're digging down into the meat of it.
Yeah.
So these are just the headings. These are our priorities from the agencies.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Still the full menu. That where it gets complicated is just like we were talking about with the funding conversation, right? Like if this is the full menu and all the things we need to do, you can kind of, think about where things make the most sense based on maybe order of operations or things like that, but not necessarily priorities. So yeah, that's, I think something that has consistently been challenging for folks. Like I was hearing a lot of feedback about that in the past with the 2017 structure, like people being confused about where do I start? Do we have to do everything in objective 1 first before we can move on to objective 2? Right. Like just the sequence of operations and all of that, but yeah.
Okay.
How do these two timelines work together with these two different processes?
So that's this process, they're coming together in draft 2. So we're going to have the draft priorities show up in the document. So that will be where everybody gets to see them much more polished than what you're seeing here, right? This is kind of the messy brainstorming session that everyone is doing. So they'll all be in a draft. And then if you're asking maybe the timeline more for implementation, is that what you're asking too? Or not just where you see them all together? Are you just asking about the document? Maybe, okay. So, I mean, because that's they will be, moving together into the work plan together. That's where they'll all be kind of, you'll see them all folded together. Yeah, so hopefully that explains it. Yeah.
Just a question on the feedback. We have 10 letters across the board, representative, typical commenting groups, but there was additional comment or no?
No, there was comment that we received real time during the meetings. And then we got the written comments that came in after we gave folks about a week to get that to us.
What were the number of people participating in that meeting? Just getting a sense of just how
Oh, of the,
representative these comments
yeah,
are.
of so the staff and tribal staff and water partners, I think we had about 40 to 50 online. That we had, both of them were in person and online. And so we did have a handful of folks that came in person. And then I'd say similar numbers, maybe lower for the public one. I may have those backwards, but there was like 30 and 50, I think we're about the
super.
So, yeah. Okay, so any other questions on the priorities? No, okay. It's an interesting new part to the IWS. I think it's exciting. All right, so let's then kind of wrap it up. How much time do we have left here? About 20 minutes? Is that what folks want to spend? Or did we have less than that because of public comment?
We have this till 5 on the agenda advertised, so I see 4 people so far, so I'd like to reserve at least the last 20 minutes for public commenters.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think it just depends on how much more folks want to talk about this. So I heard some feedback that we want to change the title of the funding category on the framework to investments in Oregon and people. And I heard that the objective that we have, the draft one in there, I heard Commissioner Smitherman was fine as is. And Commissioner Kahara is great with it too. Is everyone else okay with the red writing there? Fund Oregon Secure Water Future, thumbs up. Okay. Yeah, okay. And then the next thing would be just the 2 small edits, striking the word coming from the, so I've got those in red. Understand the coming pressures that affect our needs and supplies, changing that objective simply to understand the pressures that affect our needs and supplies, getting rid of that kind of, future piece, because we are dealing with pressures right here and right now. So I have any opposition from folks on that? No?
So this is one of the areas where sorry, Chair. This is one of the areas where I feel like we're beyond understanding, and even in the implication of the 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Just 5 objectives
In
No,
there?
I'm sorry.
The sections within there.
Oh, gotcha.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes.
5, 6, 7 with economic development, population change. It
Yes.
implies more than simply understanding. It implies an approach to resolving some of these. So
Mhm.
I would, for one, like to recognize that. And I think we were talking beforehand, the management down below, management and stewardship. I get the sense that there's a blue and green sort of worldview that's at tension, good, dynamic, productive tension in here between, in the past, I think one hypothesis would be that we have relied on management and stewardship forever, primarily engineered approaches and regulation. And that has worked on some things. In part, it has worked and it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked in some points because we're not enforcing enough, people say. And in other points, because enforcement alone isn't going to do it. So then you get to this blue area, partnerships and planning and thinking ahead, and it kind of becomes an angels and devils. Are we driven to make decisions around water because we're selfish and we need management and stewardship to rein us in? Or are we appealing to our better angels up above in the partnerships and planning? Just again, sort of a framing. But I do think I think we're well beyond understanding.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes back to a comment. It may have been you, Commissioner Mall, that brought it up when we were first talking about objectives back in, I don't know, June of 23, maybe? Yeah, where were we going to go there? Are we going to revisit these things? And that maybe being a shortcoming of the objectives that were chosen is that how do we know when we've hit it? Because they're directing something and they're giving some detail, but it's like, how do we know when we finish that? So, yeah.
Commissioner Reeves was a big proponent of that too, but.
Yeah. Yeah, it is the place and opportunity where I think folks were talking more about, is that our opportunity to talk about outcomes instead of kind of more of the action. So the headings that we've chosen for things are just really like mental cues to like help people find their part of the strategy they care about. It's the objectives that really, I think we all should be thinking very critically about how they drive these things, because that was like reading them very literally, that was a main driver in relocating water infrastructure, because water infrastructure is not a pressure. It is clearly in the management and stewardship realm with all those other things, right? And I think that's also why when, a major critique I was getting from other people just, talking about the 2017 graphic when they were trying to find their thing, it was the categorization, like choosing where things go. Do they really, can one of these, I'll frame this in a more clear way. Can any of these critical issues or actions equally fit in another cell? That's a good test to see if it's in the right spot. And in some cases, I think the argument can be made, like maybe it could go in another one, or it's right where it needs to be. So
Commissioner Mall.
I guess overall, I would just suggest instead of understand, we say respond. Respond to the pressures that affect our needs and supplies.
Okay.
I think that's what we're saying with these 8. These are responses to what we are understanding and experiencing.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you wanted more of an action word there. I was thinking like address.
Yes.
Something like that, instead of just, because we recognize today we've got, a lot of these are here.
Yep.
Okay. Chair Quims, members of the commission, I really wanted to make sure you all had some time to just kind of discuss this openly amongst yourselves. I don't know, Crystal, if you have more that we really want to speak to, but I want to make sure we carve out that time for you. The main thing for us moving forward is we're trying to get the second draft ready to go and out the door next month for another public comment period, so we can digest those comments and share them with you before the March commission meeting and the half-day workshop or so. I want to be clear that we're driving a process here to get through the document, but at the same time, if it takes more time and you need more time or want more time, we'll figure out a way to get that to you on that. So I'll stop there and let you continue your discussion. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Director Gall. I also know we're going to be coming up to a busy legislative session, so we should keep that in mind as well when we think about the additional work we put on staff.
I just want to point out that I think it's really important that we've integrated with the other agencies on this plan, and it makes me feel more confident and comfortable to move forward, knowing that they have all reviewed it. They've come up with all of these suggestions on priorities from all these different areas and people that use water or have an interest in water. And I don't think that happened in the 2017 version. And so knowing that there's been a lot of work put behind this with all those different agencies, I'm more likely to say, yes, let's move forward on the next draft to review come in March.
I think that's one of the benefits of having an 8-year time frame. A 5-year time frame sounds good idealistically, but in practice, it goes like that.
I like the idea of the 2-year work plan. I mean, I think that will position us to get more funding during legislative session.
That is the hope. Yes, the interagency team had a concentrated meeting specifically about that, just thinking through how can we align this work plan process to maximize the budgeting process timeline that we're all on, and also incorporate engagement too. Yeah. So like that's an interesting, we mapped out what that looks like on a 2-year cycle, and we really need to get if we can get this, plan done this summer, we'll know what our new budget is and we can get our first work plan going and like keep this momentum going, right? And then we have some ideas about how to pull folks in during short sessions, not have conflicts where we're trying to get engagement during long legislative sessions, and also turning around some progress reports too. We don't have that in statute as a requirement. That didn't get approved in the last round, but we want to do that because we think that's important to show. If we're going to have a work plan, we need to show what we did and help that inform our next iteration. So just wanted to let the commission know that that's been a discussion item with our agency partners. We're really interested in getting this to be like, to fit it into our normal budgeting process and really make the IWRS part of what we do, as opposed to being a separate plan that we have to kind of hurry up and shuffle at some point when Crystal asks for a progress report and see what we did, right? Be more proactive and intentional about implementation.
And I think that having all the agencies in agreement as it goes to the legislature, on priorities, that's also carries a lot of teeth to it, because now it's a benefit to multiple agencies that we move forward on this, whatever topic that we decide to take.
If there's no other commissioner comment, we could get to public comment.
Oh, I thought we were just setting up for the big discussion.
Go ahead.
I certainly have more thoughts and questions. And so, for example, when the prioritization group came together, did you get any sense that they were asking that you consider restructuring the entire IWRS around the 3 buckets? No, nobody. That wasn't the thing.
No.
What if we did? I was just looking at
Crystal.
Crystal would leave the agency.
What was that?
Yeah.
Crystal would probably leave the agency.
Would you?
That's why I have facial expressions.
Well, I think it's an interesting exercise, even quickly. If you look at the 3 buckets, and we're thinking of, I see us right now integrating 3 different things. One is the 4 Angels letter, one of the 3 buckets, and one is the draft of the IWRS and the old IWRS as well. And if you tried to take each of these critical issues and redistribute them among the 3 buckets, it's kind of interesting. I think some of them get distributed pretty quickly, some straddle the other buckets, but there's a logical framework that you can get at. And I think doing so also can help you go back to the department heads and think about how do you reframe optimized highest and best use. For example, when I see these actions that have been out there and that we've talked about for the 5-6 years I've been on the commission, it seems to me that bucket, for example, is talking about how do we do better with the tools that we have? How do we sharpen our saw? How do we make it easier to move water from one area to another to take pressure off in-stream flows and that sort of thing. So that's a really good, a helpful organizing principle. And if you look across our blue, red, and green, there's a lot of blue and green in there. I don't know that it sort of makes the data and analysis part kind of set out as an outlier, and I think it might help influence the structure or what you put in some of these areas, or even where, you've built this with a relative, it visually is trying to demonstrate prioritization at some level, that funding first, for example, and we've got this small Dewey represented upside down or something like that. But I don't know, I think there's real value in, you don't have to upend the whole thing, but asking that question about these different, certainly about the critical issues, and how we conceive of them, and then what actions that leads to. At the end of the day, everybody wants to make it better so that when we're reviewing an application for a new dam, that the current hot potato from one agency to another over some extended time period gets streamlined and it's quicker, and we can, that kind of thing.
Should we
You know, I-
have?
I rambled and you should all be able to respond in like 100 different conversations now.
Commissioner Newman?
I have a comment. I'm not sure if it fits here or anywhere, but as I said before, I appreciated the level of detail that was provided in the public comments that came in writing. And to a large extent, staff has responded to those in this matrix. You know, it said what's going to happen, if anything, in the draft. I'm not sure that in reading through it, I felt like there were situations where the comments were saying this specific thing fell out of the next draft, or this specific thing came into the draft and we're not sure where that came from. And I didn't see detailed responses necessarily justifying each of those things. And I guess some of that was then in WaterWatch's markup, you know, the red line, where there was a lot of detail about this was in the earlier version and it's part of the statute, or it's this, that, or the other thing, where did it go? Even though you've spent, you know, hours and hours and hours on this already, I think it would be good for staff, maybe different staff, you know, who haven't lived and breathed this stuff, to go through the written comments again and the red line and, you know, sort of test that the responses to those comments. I mean, have we really, you know, given full shrift to places where people think something got dropped or added that conflicts with the law, or that changes the direction, or that elevates something over something else? I think that would be a good screen to go through.
Yeah, I mean, we went through that in the, you know, the interagency meetings. We had things where we were like, we need to talk about this thing, right? And we went through a lot of that stuff. In terms of like a line by line response, I think, you know, we're still working through the document edits. And I think that there's, you know, things are going to look different in draft 2, let me say that, right, than what they look like in draft 1. And so we're still, those comments are being considered. And in cases where something was new, it was often because an agency came forward and said that we need this, right? It wasn't just, you know, came out of nowhere, right? People were recommending that things get added, and often it was because they're working on something. And so a really cool thing about this process has been to kind of step outside of what I know is cooking in WRD, right? And every other agency has different things happening. And it's a really great way to learn about those, right? And they have really interesting cross-cutting things happening with things in the IWRS that maybe were whispers of ideas that showed up in 2017. Now they have a full-fledged program and they're cranking on something, and they just got funding to do something else. So that's why there's some big leaps, because some things have changed drastically. And we're trying to, you know, really listen to what the agency folks were saying and incorporate their new stuff. So that's a big piece of it. But yeah, there's a lot of different, you know, things that were coming at us in this document. So hopefully draft 2 will be cleaner for folks to understand, and we can, you know, once we get everything, I feel like draft 1 was draft 1, right? It was a new way to work with all these different people. And I hope that draft 2 will be more refined and easier for folks to navigate. And that will be a nice version for folks to comment on and see their input more clearly. So, yeah.
Commissioner Lee?
I know myself, when I was reading through all the comments from various people, I wanted to make comments myself. I know as a policy board, we can't go through all this stuff line by line, but I really would like to share some comments about some of the information. And it may be that other commissioners would like to provide some responses as well before the next edition.
Timing will be tricky on that, and if we want to push back the release time. So just to mention schedule limitations that we're up against right now, so what we're trying to be mindful of is a really busy legislative session. And so we're trying to get a version out for folks to look at before all the bills drop, even though I know everyone's already busy, kind of with the prep for that session. So that would be, I think that would be challenging for us to take on another layer of feedback. I love that idea. And maybe really the answer is, you know, I would love to hear.
Quick email or something.
Yeah, if there's something specific that's, yeah, but if I think about, you know, getting a bunch of comments from the whole commission and then having to go through those and respond to those, I don't think there's time just realistically and still to get a draft out.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to interfere with the process and the schedule, but
I love the idea, but I think it would push the release date out.
Chair Wimps, Chair Quimps and Commissioner Newman were both you were on the process in 2012 through 2010 through 2012. Is that right?
The policy advisory group, correct?
So with that experience, is that where some of your concern or you're wanting to know a little bit more, Janet, is coming from, that you also feel like, wait a minute, we've lost something here? Are there specific things, or is it a gut feeling, or is it not at all? Is it unrelated to your experience there?
It's probably pretty unrelated because I have a terrible memory. I can't remember what we talked about in 2011. I mean, that would have been 2010 and 2011 because we were involved in the policy advisory group for the very first one. So there wasn't much on paper. You know, it was a lot of high level policy discussions. So I feel like my comments today have been in response to revisiting, you know, looking at the 2012 plan and the 2017 plan, and then the comments and the draft 2024 plan. And that's what I said. Nobody asked me to make these comments. You know, these are sort of my honest reactions, but they're not based on what we talked about way back then.
Is your memory any better, Chair Quimps?
It's a little bit better. But my comments are a little, you know, they're definitely informed by that experience. You know, those kind of 4 pillars that we had originally, and that reference back to the statute, as we talked about earlier, the difference between means and ends to the means. That's just the way I organize things. So that's where that comes from. I also think there's a difference in with the notion that, you know, there's an 8-year time frame before the next update. There's going to be 2-year work plans. We have new directors that are all taking this up at the same time. I think a lot of the challenge in the past wasn't necessarily the format or the content. It was that we have this product that the department is responsible for developing and holding, but can't compel others to use it. And now we have a situation where we're going to see other departments using it.
They're more vested.
And I think that's going to be the biggest difference. I think that will be that we'll see more tangible work because of it. Go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to reiterate and echo what you have been saying about all the comments and the depth that they've gone into to evaluate and the questions that they've asked. In particular, I'm really glad that you've incorporated a lot of the comments about municipalities and muni water supplies, and the fact that there are partnerships with federal agencies to manage our watersheds. And that goes back to source water protection, really important. And I'm glad that you got it into the plan. Also updating conservation information that's available on OWRD's website. I know you mentioned doing that, and updating the guidebook for WMCPs. And then also the importance around regional collaboration. something that we're working on in Southern Oregon. But I know that there's a lot of good examples up in this area, that have participated in a lot of regional collaboration, and it's been successful. And then also to the point of saving water and energy can also be done at water treatment plants, so not just wastewater treatment plants. There's also opportunities for us to reduce our energy use at water treatment plants and at our pump stations. So I'm just glad that those comments were incorporated into the plan.
Comments? Commissioner Wolf? Commissioner Carr, do you have any comments? Okay, good.
I'm happy with the framework. I like it. Me, it seems easier to find action. Things, you know, I, in my previous, career would be, okay, here's my piece on water conservation, here's my piece on, data collection, here's my piece, find that. And it's easier to find that in this framework.
Thank you for that feedback.
I think the complexity of the task that you've undergone here is speaks to the diversity of the comments that you've received from the commission and everywhere else, and probably in my own inability to truly grasp it in the short period of time that I've trying to understand it. I'm gonna support the direction that you're going, and the difficulty of this task is going to be finding something that everybody agrees on enough to move forward. So don't get discouraged, because I'll try to keep Joe in check a little bit.
Too late, brother.
Probably
Too
not
late.
gonna happen though.
Thank you for that.
Comment on one of those pages. What did it say? Let me find it. Don't let perfection be the enemy of good.
We have public commentary.
We have 5 public commenters now. We have our commenters online. We have Christopher Hall from the Water League, Anton Ciano from the Umatilla Tribes, and Stephanie Tidwell from Water Climate Trust. I think we'll begin with them, please. And then in the room, we'll have Kimberly Priestley and April Snell. So Christopher Hall, would you like to go, please?
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Christopher Hall, Executive Director of Water League. Thank you so much for this opportunity to comment. First words are Water League strongly supports this 2024 IWRS update. We are of the opinion it is a work of genius. I'd like to touch on 2 topics related to the IWRS that have been discussed at length, but we think need more clarity. Our view related to the IWRS is that the statutory ends are well known and well understood. What's not well known are the means to get to those ends, because the means are rigorously debated among various constituents and officials, as they should be. These discussions need to be elevated so that we can come to an agreement on what to do. That is, how to act strategically regarding our water resources. This means the means are actions. As such, they are the essence of the strategy. The means are the ways things get done. Water League supports the action-oriented focus of the strategy on the means as the formal structure for how the IWRS appears and how it's laid out. This brings us to the next discussion on priorities. When the state doesn't reach the obvious ends the public seeks, then the state adapts, which is why the IWRS gets updated periodically. And in this context, why also priorities will be selected and probably shift and change over time. Our view is that the agency's director's priorities are not separate from the IWRS. Rather, they are an acknowledgement that there is a large, comprehensive, multi-agency strategy that holds all the various actions that could be done, and within funding and staffing realities, there need to be priorities as what to pick. I liken the IWRS to like a big menu at a restaurant. It all looks good, but one can only eat so much, and we have to, and we do have the opportunity to come back periodically. Upon each return or funding cycle, we can ask ourselves, what do we want? What do we want to eat? What do we want to do? And what's most important or desirable in the present moment? The agency directors created a rubric for how they prioritize all the actions in the IWRS. And that rubric can and should be fleshed out in a more formal sense than just that Post-it note format. I think we'd all benefit from a more comprehensive prioritization document. In general, we strongly support the comprehensive nature of the IWRS 2024 update. Integrating water resource strategies across numerous state agencies along scores of critical water-related issues is complex and multifaceted. The strategic arrangement around how the state agencies integrate makes a lot of sense because the means are universal. In fact, they can and they do apply to other industries, whereas the topics such as the IWRS statutory ends are specific, and they are specific to natural resources, in this case, water. The strategic integration elements such as funding, planning and partnerships, data and analysis, and management and stewardship, they're all solid universal elements that all strategies have, whether you're working in the oil industry, the banking industry, or your state agencies addressing water resources. And they can serve the IWRS ends as that are assessing in-stream and out-of-stream water needs. We understand that the changing atmospheric and political climates are unsettling for some people, and we appreciate why those who were involved in developing the original IWRS 12 years ago might resist the changes that are coming in the current draft update. That said, all the important actions and criteria from 2012 have been incorporated, and they are available for implementation. What we really see is a different layout, and I think that that layout will serve the public interest in the long term. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions for Chris? Okay, next we'll go to Anton Keano then.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Chair Quemps, members of the commission. My name is Anton Keano, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon and provide comments on the IWRS update on behalf of the Umatilla Tribes Department of Natural Resources. I'd like to start by thanking the commission and OWRD staff for all of your work on the 2024 revision. We've been part of earlier IWRS revision processes and fully appreciate the monumental nature of the task before you. Nonetheless, while recognizing the amount of work that has already been invested, we want to ensure that these efforts are headed in the right direction and lead to an update of the 2017 IWRS that is indeed a step forward and not just a change for change's sake. However, we continue to have some concerns with the direction this revision appears to be headed, and we urge the agency and the commission to take the time necessary to get this right. As Crystal mentioned, the structure of the 2017 IWRS entailed 4 chapters that clearly outlined the objectives of the IWRS. These were Chapter 1, Understand Water Resources Today. Chapter 2, Understand In-Stream and Out-of-Stream Needs. Chapter 3, Understand the Coming Pressures that Affect Our Needs and Supplies. And Chapter 4, Meet Oregon's In-Stream and Out-of-Stream Needs. A quick scan of these chapter headings provides the reader a clear understanding of what the IWRS seeks to accomplish and the steps necessary to get there. This clear, concise format was the product of many years of work and refinement of the earlier IWRS versions. As such, we felt that this existing IWRS structure provided a firm, logical foundation upon which to build the 2024 update. Therefore, it was with some surprise that we reviewed the proposed 2024 revision when it was first shared with us this spring. Instead of building upon the strong foundation provided by the 2017 version, the 2024 draft instead contained the following 4 chapters. It represented a whole-scale restructuring of the previous version. Those 4 chapters were Chapter 1, Funding, Chapter 2, Partnerships and Planning, Chapter 3, Data and Analysis, and Chapter 4, Stewardship. As Commissioner Newman and Chair Quemps noted, while these 4 topics are important, they are not the ends unto themselves, nor should they be. The state cannot, for instance, afford to collect data simply for the sake of collecting data. It must be linked to achieving a clear objective. The 4 topics of the proposed 2024 revision are not ends, rather they are the means to achieving the objectives of the IWRS, which is important. However, unlike in the 2017 version, the objectives are not immediately apparent to the reader in the proposed 2024 revision, but they need to be. We think a focus on objectives is a strength of any strategy, not a deficiency. The tendency to reduce specificity is also a concern. Instead of quickly and precisely communicating the intent and strategy of the IWRS, the chapter headings in the proposed 2024 draft are so generalized as to potentially mean different things to different readers. The challenges Crystal shared around the interpretations of the word stewardship clearly demonstrate this pitfall. We understand that the goal of the revision is to make the document more accessible. However, we fear this draft gets us further from a clear collective understanding and call to action on addressing Oregon's water challenges, not closer. As we stated during the 2024 tribal comment opportunity, again in April 2024 during the public comment period, and again in the November comment period leading up to this meeting, we believe that the 2017 IWRS provides a firm foundation for this update, a foundation that should be built upon, not abandoned. As we respectfully requested since March of this year, we again ask that you embrace and build upon the collective work of the past revision efforts and update the 2017 version, not discard it. We thank the Commission and agency staff for all of your work on this important issue and greatly appreciate your time and consideration of our comments today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Anton? No? Okay, Stephanie Tidwell, please.
Hello. Alrighty, there we go. Thank you for allowing me to comment. My name is Stephanie Tidwell, and I'm with the Water Climate Trust and Oregon Water Justice Alliance. I would say, generally, I feel like I'll continue to move in a better direction for more equitable water management in Oregon. That said, of course, I have concerns, and well, some of them may seem like semantics. I think that semantics matter here because they set the tone, and I appreciate that you are paying a lot of detail to these issues. And so I would just kind of like to add some very brief thoughts of my own. We've already submitted written comments, but just in response to what I've heard today, I have to say that I actually don't love the secure water future frame because it is very use centric. And I feel that undermines the validity of water for nature and natural ecosystems for natural ecosystems' own sake. And similarly, I don't love the way the funding areas are framed just for people. Yes, people are receiving these grants, but we want to see more of that conserved water going back in stream for nature, for fisheries recovery, which yes, do have, human values as well. However, I'm just concerned that this lack of emphasis on not degrading our natural ecosystems for their own sake is kind of missing the point. I mean, if it can't be quantified for use or consumption, this seems to imply that it doesn't have value. And I know that y'all don't think that's true. However, when I read it and hear it, that is my interpretation of it. And I would say that, this is not an isolated concern with the way that I'm seeing all of the issues go with Oregon and water law while we're in the big midst of this big change. Just yesterday, I was in Salem in the legislature, and I had to express similar concerns about the water caucus's complete failure to even use the word like environment or conservation outside of how it impacts people's ability to use or consume it within their the water package outline. This has a lot of overlap with this strategy. And so again, I think I would just ask you as you continue to work on this final draft, to remember and make sure to note explicitly, your agency and the interagency's commitment to protecting Oregon's waters for their own value. And I think that we will all benefit from that. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for Stephanie? Nope. Okay, we'll go into room then, please. We'll start with Kimberly Priestley.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, my name is Kimberly Priestley and I'm here from Water Watch of Oregon. I had a lot to say, but I think I'll just try and distill it. I really appreciate the conversation amongst the commissioners today, as well as some of the comments that have been made. We agree wholeheartedly with the comments that Anton made, and I think Stephanie also made some great points. As you are aware, we have provided input at every juncture of this update. I think you have heard ad nauseum our concerns with the change in direction of the framework. So I won't belabor those today because I think we've been pretty clear on that. But I did want to take a moment to explain why we do support updating the 2017 version and why we think that version is of value. First of all, it aligns with statutory directives. It's really easy for legislators and others to connect the dots between statutory elements and the governing strategy elements in the governing statute. It's a very solid document. I've talked about that before, just the work, the people, the work, the years of, really deep thought that went into that structure. Public support of this document is very strong. I think this, came about because of the extensive public engagement around the document. And I've spoken to this commission before, but the public engagement in that process was very different than the public engagement here. Here, there was a survey, there were some meetings, and then the state decided to change direction. And since that change of direction, there really hasn't been sort of the rigorous public involvement. And I think, that is of concern. I would also say that, the document is widely used already. Legislators use it, agencies use it, decision makers use it. It's well accepted. And I would also say that, having an enduring structure is actually really is useful and it saves people time. The intent of the 2012 draft was to provide a long-term scaffolding. So agencies and others could actually focus on getting the work done. Neither the bill drafters, we were part of the drafting team, or the PAG, the original PAG. I don't think anyone envisioned that we would have to rework it to this extent every, 5 to 8 years. The idea was to build a scaffolding upon which you can, add to as things change or evolve or you get more data. So, we would encourage, again, commission consideration of building upon the 2017 version. I do want to acknowledge that I do appreciate that Crystal has taken some of our comments and has, added titles and, merged some of the two. This was public comment. This is 2017, this is draft 1.5, and there is a merging of some of this into this as far as some of the explanations. So I did want to say that we do appreciate that. I think that makes it better, but it still does not change the underlying sort of shift in presentation of the issues and the buckets. And, we've mentioned this before, but we do have concerns with the elevation of this documents, or the elevation of planning and partnerships in this documents. I know I think Joe or Commissioner Mull put it really well about the sort of the conflicts between not the conflicts, but the tension maybe between the group, the blue and the green. But, the blue is brand new in this document. And I think we have some concerns that we've outlined in our written comments, but I would also just note that those are elevated by the fact that the blue is now at the top. It's like the first thing when you open up the strategy, that's where you're landing. Whereas I think there's a question about ordering both in this document and in the strategy that is put out that people will thumb through. So I would just ask some consideration of that. And then I did, I think as a final point, I would just say I would really, really urge the commission to take the time it needs to make the decision about the framework. I think there's a lot of good work going on at the agency level that are, it's filling in the gaps, it's, massaging language, but there's still the overarching question about the framework. And I think I just want to take us back really quickly to the June meeting in 2023, when the commission, the message to the commission and stakeholders was there would be a very limited update. It would focus on equity, climate change, and then inserting some portions of the 100-year water vision. At that meeting, commissioners would ask what they would like, and there were some really good ideas offered, having a groundwater section, having a section on protecting what was left. And so we left that meeting, I thought, was sort of a general understanding where the state was going. Came back at the 2023 September meeting, and there was a complete shift in direction. And that didn't come about from the public engagement efforts or, other things. It sort of came out of the blue. We were really surprised. But long story short, at that meeting, there was some pretty interesting discussion, as you guys will remember, and commissioners were at different places from where they are today. And at that point, I think I re-listened to the tape, and Raquel, because there was sort of an impasse, Raquel got up and offered a solution, offered a path forward, which was, let's wait until we have public comment. The public will see the comment, the commission will see the comment, and then at that point, you guys can decide whether to slow down and have the discussions you want to have or not. And so I would just say we're at that point today, and I would just urge the commission, because I'm still hearing different things from different folks. I would just urge the commission to take the time they need to feel comfortable with this. Because as commissioners have pointed out, this is an 8-year document. It's really, really important. We use it. So many people use it to help fund the agency, lead policy reforms, etc. So with that, I will just close and thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. April Snell, and then after that, we'll have Stan Dean, please.
So I'm not the last one. Hello again for the record, April Snell, Oregon Water Resources Congress, representing irrigation districts and similar entities. This feels like it's really loud. First off, I want to say, well, I'm not sure if Anton is still on. It looks like he is. Anton's comments were fantastic, and I want to agree with everything he said. I also want to agree with everything that Ms. Priestley just said, but I will highlight a few things. One is, do really appreciate the work of Crystal and staff to move this effort forward. It is a substantial amount of work, but I also agree that it needs some more work and development. So as has been stated, but just to pull out a few comments that weren't specifically said, the original policy advisory group, the original development of the IWRS in 2012, or that was finalized in 2012 that several of you participated in, involved a year-long process. That's probably why you can't remember all of it, because some of it was painful. It was the first of its kind, and so that took more time. And I do think what we ended up with is a great document. Now, what it has never had is priorities or money that really go along to actually implement that. And so I think, and then I should mention, with that original policy advisory group and then the update that occurred in 2017, there were meetings, public meetings, several month meetings that had representatives of all types of water interest stakeholders that participated. Those of you who were in the first round know that And those of you who have participated in other types of efforts know that developing trust, even having shared terminology, can take some time. And I think we have a good foundation to develop that on. Echoing comments that have already been made, I think while it makes sense to reframe things, this is a more substantial update than what I anticipated. I think that while it can be good, there's not enough time for folks to really understand what's different between the original one and where we're at. And on this particular area, the process matters. The terms that are used matter. The terms that are used matter. The references, statutory rule matters. The substance matters. How it's used and viewed by the public, stakeholders, agencies, and legislators all matter. Now, when I first started doing this work, I thought that the public and the stakeholders were synonymous. And they can be, but they're really not. And you guys know that. The members of the general public, what they know about water, what they care about water, is a very different set of things than those of us that are here, that engage with you, that work with folks, whether that is a water supplier, whether that is a conservation interest. We are a different level of stakeholders, and that level of understanding is different and whatnot. So it's a long way of me saying I have some concerns about pushing this forward in its current form. I think we need to go back to the basic foundations of the existing document and then build upon that. Ms. Priestley's comments, I completely agree with. As well, I did already say I agreed with her, so you can quote me on that. But I do think, unlike other folks, my comments are not reflected on any of the documents you have so far. We were engaged early with Kitchen Table when it was indeed looked at as an update around climate change, equity, communities that had not previously engaged or been represented. We knew that there was going to be a pause put on the draft that was issued earlier to allow the new directors to come on board. So we did not comment during that timeframe, anticipating that there would be additional opportunities to do that. While I was invited to do so, I was not able to participate in any of the meetings that were held last month. So I say that because you are going to get formal comments from us and from our members, and I anticipate that I'm not the only one who felt the pressure and was confused on what it was that we were being asked for feedback on. But I do think our world that we operate in, that you have to make decisions in, is one that has a lot of paranoia in it. And that's why the terms that we use and the way that it's framed is really important. And that original IWRS and the subsequent update, there are a lot of folks who put a lot of time and energy to try and find the right terms and the right framework that everybody who looks at it can see something in there that they care about and that represents their interest. Now, what do we do with it and how do we use it to actually implement, which is a term that can be loaded unto itself, but how do we move forward with coming up with solutions, finding funding to all these problems that we know are out there? And so it's a long way of me saying I agree that we need to take more time to get this right. But at the same token, we're already behind in this particular update. Thankfully, we have 8 years to do the next one, but I would really encourage the department, since you are the leader of this interagency document, to think about, and I say this with pain because I know I may be involved or my folks may be involved, but we need to actually convene a group of stakeholders that represent the various interests across the spectrum to weigh in on the next update, and do that with enough time where it's not during the legislative session. And then also the most important aspect of that is that you were able to work with your new director and the governor's office to ensure that there's funding to allow that to happen in a thoughtful manner, which wasn't allowed in this last iteration. That's why it's a pinch. You know, what do? We need to do it. And I do really think, again, echoing previous comments, that existing document is very helpful in many levels. We use it, a lot of other folks do, to point to both policy and funding. And I do think the new framework that's been put together could do all those things, but when it's so different than what we've had before, that's going to cause confusion that may be unhelpful. So really appreciate your guys' continued work on this, and we will provide formal comments on the document as it moves forward. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have Stan Dean, who's online.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to listen here. Stan Dean, Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. I just have a couple of quick things to say. First of all, we generally feel that the format of the strategic of the plan is good. We generally like the changes in the direction things are headed in this plan, and just wanted you to understand that. I've got two kind of minor issues that I want to bring up. Maybe not minor, but I heard today about climate change and climate mitigation. And I heard that there was not going to be an attempt to address climate mitigation. And I just wanted to point out that there's a huge nexus between water and energy. How we manage our water has a huge impact on how much energy we use. So I do think the strategic plan needs to address how our uses affect the energy inputs into the system, and that needs to be acknowledged. The second thing I want to mention is more about the agency priorities. And I want to point out that when you say these are your priorities, I think everybody understands that if they're not on those lists, it means that they're not as much priorities, and the likelihood of those other things getting done goes down. I think that's just a fact of setting priorities. One that's really causing me to scratch my head is this selection of nutrients. I recognize that we have nutrient pollution in groundwater in the Umatilla Basin, and phosphorus in the Klamath, and nutrients in other parts of the state lead to harmful algae blooms that have impact. So I don't want to diminish the importance of nutrients, but I do think that there's many other water quality parameters that are of that importance that shouldn't be dismissed. If we really mean that nutrients are the most important water quality parameter to go after, to me that says DEQ ought to look at all their TMDL schedule and say, we're going to stop some of these TMDLs that aren't nutrients, and we're going to go after every nutrient TMDL in the state. That's what it means to set that priority. It also means to look at the largest sources of nutrient pollution, which likely have to deal with agriculture. So it means that we're going to say we're putting a lot of money and effort into going after managing that source of nutrient pollution. So I really think the agency directors need to carefully consider what each of those priorities means in moving forward. And I'll wrap up my comments there.
Thank you, Stan. Are there any questions for Stan? Okay. Well, I think that concludes our time on this agenda item. And again, I would encourage commissioners to be thinking about by tomorrow before our meeting ends, excuse me, whether or not we think we need an additional workshop period, maybe in before March, actually. So keep that in mind, please. And I thank the staff for all their reports today. Lots of great public comment, lots of great comment and input from the commissioners. I think we are adjourned for today, and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning. Thank you.
I did.